Okay, she's on the stand.
Yeah, just stand and raise your hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this case now before the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Please state your full name and spell your first name.
My name is Carly Weehy. First name is C-A-R-L-Y. Last name is Weehy, W-I-E-H-E.
And your occupation.
I'm a forensic scientist 3.
Great, thank you. Good morning. First of all, can you tell the jury where you work?
I work at the Alaska Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory in Anchorage, Alaska.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked there since February of 2015.
And what do you do at the crime lab?
I have multiple hats there. I process latent print processing, which is processing evidence for fingerprints. I also do latent print examination, which is where I take those fingerprints found on evidence or at a crime scene and I try to identify them. I am also on the crime scene team. I am the crime scene technical lead. I respond to crime scenes around the state. I also do footwear intelligence, which is a way of using a database to try to determine the make and model of a shoe impression found at a scene. And I am also the training coordinator for the lab.
And let's talk about the crime lab in general first. Where is it located in Anchorage?
It is located off of Martin Luther King Jr. Off of Tudor.
And what is the purpose of the crime laboratory?
The crime lab purpose is to process evidence submitted through law enforcement around the state. We have DNA, chemistry, and physical, which is the comparison disciplines. We write reports and give those analysis reports back to the submitting agencies.
And do you know approximately how many employees there are at the crime laboratory?
I believe there's 30 to 35 employees.
And you said you have a number of different disciplines, is that correct?
Yes, I work in the physical section, but I do multiple things within that section.
And are some people specialists where they only do one category?
Yes, there are some that only do one specific task. There's others who, let's say latent print processing, that's more of the beginning step of latent print examination, fingerprint examination. So that encompasses one, but it's 2 separate types of jobs. Or you can have someone like a DNA analyst. There's 2 sections also. There's the screening portion and the DNA analysis portion.
Now, for this case, is it fair to say that some of the work that you do takes place in the laboratory and some of it takes place in the field?
I would say mostly my fingerprint examination is all done within the laboratory. Crime scenes, as you know, are outside. I generally travel outside of the Anchorage city limits for that, and I will finish my report at the crime lab. But for crime scenes, I would say most of it's outside of the crime lab.
Now, let's talk about the work that takes place in the crime lab. Who orders the work to be done or who requests the work to be done?
Submitting agencies will submit evidence to the lab, and depending on what type of evidence, it needs to go to different sections, depending on what they're looking for, what questions they're trying to answer. Then they will fill out a request for laboratory services. On this, we'll have the list of evidence that's on there and what disciplines they need it to go to for analysis. Then at that point, my supervisor will get this request for laboratory services, called an RLS, what we call it for short. And then from there, he will assign those to different people depending on what's needed. For crime scenes, it's a little different. I get called out. I have a crime scene phone that we rotate among our team, and we are called out from different agencies to request crime scene processing.
And how about the situation where you're called out to a place? Who requests that?
We will have police officers from around the state. I would say mostly it's the Alaska State Troopers, but we have processed scenes across the state for local police departments. They will call or email sometimes to our team, and sometimes we will respond, sometimes we won't. We don't have a very big team, and we usually only respond to major crimes.
And is a person on call and they get the phone call
Yes,
and that starts the process rolling?
yes it does.
Let's talk a little bit about your background. Where did you go to school?
I went to school at the University of Alaska Fairbanks and finished at the University of Alaska Anchorage.
And what degrees did you obtain at those schools?
I have an associate's degree from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. I also have an associate's degree in radiology from the University of Alaska Anchorage. And I also have a bachelor's of science in natural science from the University of Alaska Anchorage.
And then you said you were at the crime lab 15 years now?
No, from 2015.
2015.
I wish, but not yet.
All right. 2015, what type of training have you had in education during your employment with the crime laboratory?
For the position I started with, which is the Forensic Scientist 1, we consider that a training position. So your first year is majority of it is training. We have an in-house training program that takes about a year to do latent print examination. And we also have a year-long training program to do crime scenes. So the first, I would say, 2 years of my career there were training. So first I got signed off in crime scenes, so I was also doing crime scenes while training to be a latent print examiner. And then I got signed off very quickly to do examination. And so past that, once you get to a Forensic Scientist 3, which is what I am now, I can do verifications and I'm considered a senior analyst.
And I want to be asking you about documenting a crime scene, obviously, later in your testimony. Is there specific training about that?
Yes, we go through heavy training in photography, as photography in crime scenes is very important, especially for low light photography, which is something that you can't do with just a simple camera. And so a lot of our training, a lot of our practicals and mocks that we do all involve low light and more advanced settings on a camera.
And we know that in this particular case, there were Alaska State Trooper investigators at the scene, correct?
Correct.
As well as you. Were there any other people from the crime lab there?
Yes, I had 2 other forensic scientists that were also on the crime scene team, Jamie Nading and Martin Orlowitz, who I believe was in training at that time. When you're in training, you go to as many scenes as possible. So I've gotten to drag along a couple of trainees all over the state.
And so I want to ask you a little bit about the benefits of having the crime lab people there in addition to having the trooper investigators there. Can you explain some of the benefits of having your team out there in addition to the trooper investigators?
Yes, having us there at a crime scene can be beneficial. 1, extra hands. 2, the experience that we bring from the forensic scientist point. We know what the lab wants, how the lab wants it. We day to day are right next to other people in the lab, so we have daily influences on what type of evidence is better to collect, what you might be able to get better fingerprints on or better DNA profiles from. We also have gone through a more in-depth training on the camera settings and having difficulties in those and how to troubleshoot those. We also work really well as a team with our law enforcement. Specifically in the Valley, I've worked a lot with those law enforcement, and we have a good teamwork there.
And what type of camera do you use to document the scene?
I use a Canon 5D Mark II right now.
And is that what you used in this particular case?
Yes, it is.
Right. And so is that a more expensive, fancier camera?
Definitely.
Okay. And I mean, is it somewhat complex as far as the settings and the operation of the camera?
It is. I don't have it on the auto setting, which most DSLRs, digital cameras have. I use the manual setting, which is where every single picture I am choosing the different techniques that I wanted to use.
And before we get into this crime scene, how many crime scenes roughly have you been to in your capacity with the lab before you responded to the Knik River crime scene?
Before I responded to that one, I don't know that specific number. I know how many I've done to date and how much I did maybe this time last year. Last year around this time, I had done maybe 50 crime scenes. As of today, I've responded to 60 crime scenes, those involving from vehicle processing, kidnapping, missing persons, arsons, death investigations, and mostly homicides.
And in other cases, when you went to crime scenes, have you been called to testify in trials?
Yes, I have.
about your observations
Yes,
and also to identify the photographs or verify the accuracy of the photographs?
yes.
Now, is it fair to say that the camera you use, it's a digital camera where there's no roll of film anymore, it's just stored electronically?
Yes, it's stored electronically.
And is that the way all the technology has gone?
Yes, it has.
And
We're
so-
mostly a digital lab now.
So let me turn your attention now to December 2nd, 2016. And did you go out to approximately mile 7 of the Knick River Road on that evening?
Yes, I did.
All right. Let me start out by asking you, did you get a phone call or did somebody else get a phone call? And how did it come about that you went out there?
I believe I was on call then. I got a phone call from Investigator Long who requested my assistance in processing a scene.
And after you got the phone call, what type of things did you do in preparation for heading out there?
I wanted to see if any other people from the lab could go with me. I called Jamie Nading, who said she could go. We also had Martin Orlowitz, who was in training. I try to make all of my crime scene employees who are in training to come with me. And then I also have all of my crime scene gear with me all the time. Every scene is different, so depending on the scene, I start looking through my stuff to see if I have everything I need or if I need to put more things in there or I don't need something so I have more room to put other things. So I get my camera bag ready and my computer bag ready and then my crime scene bag, which is like almost like a crime lab in a bag.
And did you go out do you have a car, a personal vehicle you have all this in, or is it a crime laboratory van, or tell us a little bit about that?
We do have one van for the crime lab. I live in the valley, so I didn't have that. I would say 99% of the time I have all of my crime scene gear in my vehicle with me, so wherever I go, I'm ready. Jamie Nading lived in Anchorage, so she took the crime lab vehicle out and met me at the scene.
She took it from Anchorage?
Yes, she did.
Now, is it fair to say that there are no two crime scenes that are alike, exactly alike?
That's a very true statement, correct.
So when you got the call out for this one, were you aware of whether it was indoors or outdoors?
I was aware it was outdoors.
And does that make a big difference in how to approach a crime scene?
Definitely, especially being a night scene, low light photography is important. Having a bunch of extra batteries for your flash, your external flash, as it will be used significantly and the batteries will probably die before your scene's over. And the same thing with your camera, it gets cold and so you need a way to warm it up. I usually wear a big parka, bigger than what I need, so when I'm not taking photos, I can put my camera kind of inside of it so it can stay warm.
Okay. And then let me ask you, since it was dark when you were headed out there, do you also bring lighting with you in addition to the camera, or do you rely on the investigators, whichever agency is involved, to bring that out? What can you tell us about that?
We do have one source of light that we could bring out. With my external flash, and I have flashlights, I have the ability that I don't need external light to achieve the photos that I need. Law enforcement does like to bring them and set them out just so you can find your way around the scene and make sure you're not stepping in an area that you shouldn't.
And is it typical that by the time you arrive, there are some police officers or troopers on the scene?
Yes, we do not carry weapons with us. We will only go to a scene if it is secure.
And so let's turn our attention to the evening of December 2nd. What time did you arrive at mile 7 of the Knick River Road?
I arrived at approximately 5:45 p.m.
And was it pretty obvious to you where to park?
Yes, it was. It was right off of the road.
And were there other vehicles? I mean, how did you know that was the location?
I knew the vehicles that were going to be there, what officers were on scene. I look for their vehicles. Sometimes I like to look for the police lights too, that helps.
And when you got there, did somebody meet you in your car to orient you?
Yes, there's usually an officer there that will give us a briefing and a short walkthrough of the scene before we process it.
And do you remember which trooper investigators were there?
I believe Investigator Long, Investigator Bartlett, and Investigator Adams were the three that were, I think, mostly on scene.
And you were familiar with all those individuals?
Yes, I
Thank you.
processed many scenes with them.
And you said it was dark when you got there, correct?
It was very dark, yes.
So tell me, and did you wait for Jamie Nading to arrive?
Yes,
And tell me again, who was she with again?
she was with Martin Orlowitz.
Tell me what happened after they arrived.
After they arrived, we get our equipment out. I get my camera out. My first photo is called a photo sheet. This is where it'll have the identifiers of the scene, the agency number, the person taking the photographs, myself, the time of my first photograph, and the general location. General, sometimes in the state of Alaska, can be very general. And then we will get a walkthrough of the scene so we know where the scene's at, and generally what they think happened or what we can see happened, and kind of give me just a little bit of information to get started.
And so let's talk about the walkthrough. You parked in the pull-up, is that correct?
Yes,
And then did you have to walk through the woods to get to the actual location of the crime scene?
yes, I did.
And were there flashlights used, or tell us how?
Yes, we all had flashlights on us to be able to find our way through that path.
And by the time you got there, were there enough footprints in the snow to see the route to the crime scene from Connect River Road, the parking area, to the actual crime scene?
There was, but it was actively snowing, but someone had put up crime scene tape to try to kind of lead our way down this trail.
And was that helpful to get from point A to point B, point 8B, the parking area, to the crime scene?
Very much so for this one.
And how would you generally describe the location and the terrain?
This one wasn't a well-used path. I would have thought compared to other paths that were maybe wider and flatter, such as a four-wheeling trail or a snow machine trail. It could have been maybe, but this one was very narrow. I do believe we ran into some water even, and it wasn't as wide, so getting even my tripod through, I kept hitting stuff as I was walking through.
And were there trees or bushes? How would you describe the terrain in terms of the growth in the area?
I would say the trees were very tall and very close together. They were all white with snow, and there wasn't a lot of brush cut down along the sides. It was a little bit less traveled.
And obviously, there was no foliage anymore on the bushes and the trees, correct?
Not foliage, no.
And how much snow do you figure was on the ground by the time you got there?
Maybe a couple inches.
And so you were saying you took the route that was somewhat marked to the scene, correct?
Correct.
And this is the walkthrough still we're on.
Yes.
What did you do once you got to the scene?
Once I've had my walkthrough, I start to take my photographs. I like to take photographs before the scene's been altered or before someone starts to process the scene, searching for evidence and things like that. So generally, as soon as I have my walkthrough, I start my photographs immediately.
And did you start the photographs from the parking lot going into the scene?
Generally, I like to start from the road, maybe a sign or somewhere to kind of show the location, and then I will slowly work my way. If it was a building, I would try to get the address of the building. If it's a path like this one outside, I try to find some type of landmark to start with and then work my way towards the scene.
And are you using some discretion as to what you photograph and what you don't photograph?
I would say so. I mean, the outdoors has so much to it. Overall photos, you're just trying to get a lay of the land. So as if you're in the juror's position and they're walking through the scene with you.
And do you usually err on the side of taking more photographs than less?
Yes, always.
And are the other people with you, what are they doing while you're photographing?
For nighttime scenes, sometimes it's hard to get your camera to focus because it can't see what it's focusing on. That's why I like to have someone from my team helping. They understand I need a flashlight to see where I'm going. I need them to shine a flashlight where I'm trying to take a picture, but then take it away so I can get an evenly lit photo.
And tell us, as far as observations, when you got to the end, to the final scene, what did you observe personally?
Personally, when we first got there, I didn't actually see a body. There was snow covering everything. But I knew that we were generally close, so I started to take photos before anything had been altered.
Now, eventually, did you determine that there was indeed a body at the location?
Yes, I did.
And how did you determine that? Did you, when you got closer?
When I got closer and I had sufficient lighting, I could see the outline of a body on the ground, right off the trail.
And was the body covered in snow or not?
Yes, it was.
And about how much snow was on the body?
I'd say a couple of inches.
Now, for the testimony, is it fair to say that eventually the body was identified as the body of David Grunwald?
I'm not sure on that one. We're usually not involved in the investigative part, but from the call out, I was assuming that this had been identified.
And I'm not talking about that night, I just
Yeah.
mean, as the case went on, eventually it was determined that that was the body of David Grunwald?
Yes.
Because I'll be referring to it and, using Mr. Grunwald's name. So what can you tell us about the position of the body, just from your observations before we get into the photographs?
Position was laying on his back with his hands somewhat not out to the sides, but more on top of him.
And how about the clothes? What do you remember about the clothes that David was wearing?
I remember he had jeans and a belt and some type of bright, maybe orange type of sweatshirt on.
Anything about the footwear that you remember?
He did not seem to have footwear on currently, but there did seem to be slippers just off of the body, maybe a foot or less.
And did you photograph the body before the body was removed or before it was disrupted in any way?
Yes, I try to take photos of the body, kind of walking around it to see all the different sides of it. And then slowly as the snow was removed, I'll take more photos. As the body's moved, I take more photos. When the body is eventually uncovered and lifted up, I take photos to see the backside of the body and what was underneath before it was disturbed.
And did the medical examiner arrive on the scene eventually, a representative from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, someone usually comes on the road system. Someone from the medical examiner's office will come and help remove the body from the scene, and they will take it with them.
And in this particular case, were you still there when the medical examiner employees took David's body or not?
Yes.
What would you estimate to be the time span between the time you arrived and the time the medical examiner's office took David's body?
I believe I got there around 5:45, and I think the body was officially removed around 8:30, and I think I stayed till maybe 9.
And when you're out there, in addition to photography, are you also acting as another set of eyes to look for anything that may be relevant to the case?
Yes, absolutely.
And what type of things generally would you look for in an outdoor crime scene such as this one?
In an outdoor crime scene, your area of where your evidence can be very large depending on what's available. This scene didn't have a lot of area to it, so you look for evidence immediately around the body or through the path to the body, and yeah, I think that's about it.
Now, you said that it was actively snowing when you got there.
Yes.
All right. And when you were processing the crime scene, did you get some background information from the officers as far as when this event occurred originally, or may have occurred originally?
I think, yes, I did. I don't remember the exact details, but I know from processing a scene the day before that it was a missing persons.
So where I'm getting at is in a situation like this where there's a time span between the event and the recovery or the finding of the body, and snow might have been falling during that time span, are there any additional measures taken to see if there's any evidence underneath the snow or between the vegetation on the ground and the snow?
Yes, the Alaska State Troopers usually have a type of metal detector that they'll bring to a scene for outdoor scenes to look for items that you might not see or might have started to fall through the brush as they have been there for a while.
Now, in addition to David's body being secured as evidence in the case, was there anything else significant that was located at the scene?
Yes, below the feet were pointing towards the trail. In between, I think maybe even on the trail, one of the officers located a discharged cartridge case. And closer to the body were his shoes. For this one, I think that was the only two things that we found.
And how, do you remember which officer, was that Investigator Bartlett?
I believe so. I'm not for certain on that. You know, after I'm taking my photos, usually police officers are coming in behind me and will start searching for evidence. And if I come back to an area and I see something that has a placard on it, I know they've identified something of importance and they want me to go back through and photograph that and collect it.
And do you know whether that casing was found via a metal detector or not?
I'm not sure. I didn't see one out at that point, but I know they had them there. It could have been found through a metal detector. I know for sure later that, especially after the body was removed, they searched the area with a metal detector.
Now, this casing, how big is this object? If you can show us with your fingers about how big is that object?
I would say maybe less than an inch.
And you personally observed the casing?
Yes, and I took photographs of the head stamp to show that the primer had, that it had been shot. It wasn't a live bullet.
Right. And have you seen different types of casings like in the woods?
In Alaska, yes.
So have you seen some really old ones that have been there for a long time?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And you ever shot a gun in the woods or at any location?
Yes.
And have you seen a fairly newer or fresher type casing?
Yes, sometimes like at a shooting range, you can easily determine that some have been there longer than others.
Now, this particular one that you photographed and was recovered by the state troopers, how would you describe the condition? Was it oxidized? Was it tarnished, or did it still have the coloration we would see of a casing as it comes out of the box, for example?
I would say that it looked shinier than maybe one that had been out there a while.
So what?
I would say it was shinier.
Okay. Shinier than one that would have been out there for a long period of time?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other evidence that was secured aside from the shell casing?
The shell casing, and we did recover the slippers. I believe they were REI size 13 slippers that were found just below, lower than the feet from the body.
And regarding photography, when you're at a scene, do you actually look at do you have a screen on the back of your camera?
Yes, I do.
So do you actually review what you've taken thus far to make sure that you've captured significant images and the clarity of the images is good?
Yes, I like to go back through my images. Sometimes when it's snowing, you can get snow in the way of your picture, and you might have to adjust and go back and make a longer shutter speed. Making a longer shutter speed will make the snow or rain blur. I also go back to look, such as when your flashlight starts to die, your external flashlight, it starts to not fire when you take a picture, so it might be dark. So you'll look at it and you'll see nothing. And so sometimes I'll go through one, also to make sure we collected all the evidence. If there's, at a scene, sometimes when there's 30, 40 pieces of evidence, I want to go through my camera to make sure I took photos of them all too. And make sure before I leave that scene, once I leave the scene, I usually don't go back. And so I need to make sure that I have all of the photos and all of them are of good quality. If someone started to walk through your picture when you were taking it, maybe you need to take another photo, or you think you got the whole area in one picture, but maybe you needed to turn a little bit and get some more. So I kind of will critique myself and see if there's anything else I need to do before I leave.
Do you remember what the temperature was when you were there?
I do not, but I do know it was cold. I had hand warmers in my gloves, and I kept putting them back in.
Now, I guess what I'm getting at is, was it so cold that the processing was rushed? Or did you feel that you were warm enough with the clothes you had on that you could be patient and do whatever was necessary to be done at this crime scene?
I believe I had enough things on to keep myself warm. I think this scene was a little harder because the body wasn't just able to be lifted off the ground. It was frozen to the ground. And you try to remove a body without doing any damage to it. And so the officers there were, took,
Yep.
So what you're saying is there were some challenges associated with the weather, but you didn't feel that it affected the performance of the investigators and crime lab personnel that were at the scene?
I do not know.
I would like to turn your attention to some exhibits that we have, some proposed exhibits that we have marked. And I'll stay at this microphone, and if we could, if you can look at the screen, and if we can have the lights, thank you. Now, before we do the rest of these, let me just ask you to compare and contrast here. And I'll join you here at this microphone and try to talk louder. This is only
Hey,
for this.
Mr. Galcheck, can you give us the numbers you're gonna go through, the list?
Well, they're not all in order, but I'm starting with proposed exhibit number 52 for this one. And let me show you what we have marked and what we're hoping to admit, states proposed exhibit number 2, which is a printed photograph, obviously. And just look at the screen there, I'm not sure, let me just make sure I got the focus right on this. Could just be my eyes, or.
You say two, Mr. Couch,
There
or
we go.
52.
52. So let me just do a compare and contrast, because the jury is not seeing what we're looking at right now. Is it fair to say that the paper photographs have a little bit better color and contrast than what's on the screen?
I would say slightly, yes.
Or is it dependent on a person's eyesight?
That could also be true.
But is that correct, that it's a little bit more detailed, the paper ones are a little bit more detailed?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get back to the podium. So, turning your attention to state's proposed exhibit number 52, and that is what's on the screen right now, absent the sticker. Do you recognize what's depicted in proposed exhibit number 52?
Yes, I recognize this. This looks like one of the photos I took at that scene, walking towards the area where the body was found.
Now, I know you described it. Is it your opinion that the photograph is even a better representation of the topography than what you have described, but what we discussed previously?
Can you restate the
Yeah,
question?
would the photo give a person a good idea of what the lay of the land over there was?
Yes.
All right. And this is one of your photographs, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, let me turn your attention to state's proposed exhibit number 53. Tell us what's depicted in number 53.
This is the area where the body was located. We have not removed any snow from the body, so it was a little hard to see.
And let me, can you use the yardstick? I didn't bring the laser pointer, but if you can use that as, and show us where the body is located, where David's body is located.
I'm gonna point towards the head and then work my way to the feet.
Feet are right here.
Turn the mic so it works both ways. No, in that photograph, there is some color shown in that photograph, and what is the color in that photograph?
I believe that's the sweatshirt.
And as far as you said initially, when you got to the scene initially, you couldn't make out that there was a body there, correct?
At first, correct.
Right. And was it because your view was blocked by some of those bushes that we see on the side, or was it because the body was covered with snow? What can you tell us about that?
I think more because it was covered with snow. There was enough on it to where you couldn't see the body really at all until you got to more, when you got closer to it.
Let me turn your attention to state's proposed exhibit number 57. What can you, do you recognize this photograph? What's depicted in this photograph also?
Yes, this is another photograph where you can see a little bit more that there is a body there, still covered in snow.
Is this from a bit of a different angle?
A little bit of a different angle. I believe this one might even have been taken by one of the other investigators there.
Because of the different coloration on the photograph, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
State's proposed exhibit number 58. Can you describe what's depicted in this photograph?
This is a photograph that I took after the snow was removed. Most of the snow was removed from the body and the location of the slippers were found.
And those are those slippers were secured along with David's body?
Yes, they were.
Turn your attention to the next one, state's proposed exhibit number 59. Tell us what's depicted in that photograph.
This is a picture from the side of the body with the snow removed. When I take photographs from all angles of something of interest.
And this photograph of David's body, is this before, this is after the snow is removed, but before anybody moved the body in any way, is that correct?
That's correct.
State's proposed exhibit number 60. Can you tell us what's depicted in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the front face of the body that we found with the snow removed.
And is that accurately depict the face of David as you saw it on that day?
Yes.
Number 61. Tell us what's depicted in 61 proposed.
This is a picture of the waist area of the body where you can see the waistline, the jeans, the belt, the boxers, and his hand.
And again, with the hands, that photograph was taken before the body was moved in any way?
Correct.
State's proposed exhibit number 62. If you can tell us what's depicted in that photograph.
This is an angle from the other side of the body previously taken with the snow removed, more of the upper part of the body.
Number 63 proposed.
This is an area of the body with the snow removed of the hands and the middle area.
State's proposed exhibit number 64.
This is a picture of the feet of the body with the snow removed. This is also something that we generally do. We try to take photos of the feet or the shoes of the body.
State's proposed exhibit number 65.
This is a picture after the body's been moved. They usually roll the body to one side. This is where I like to take a picture, if I can, of what it looks like under the body and the back side of the body before anything else is moved.
And when you observed the back side of David's body, was there anything, did you observe anything unusual about these parts of David's body or not?
I did not know.
All right, thank you. State's proposed exhibit number 66.
We generally try to take pictures of any injuries that we might see on a body. This was one that one of the investigators is helping me try to take a photo of. They're holding a flashlight to help me light the area to take a photo. I believe this is somewhere on the body, the head of the body.
Okay. And would that be like the back of the head, if you remember?
The back or the top, I'm not exactly sure.
And do you remember who noticed that? I think generally that's called, the ME calls it a defect in the body, so let me use that term. Who noticed the defect in the head?
I believe it was one of the investigators. I don't know which one for sure. I believe it was either Investigator Long or Investigator Bartlett.
Did the team feel that it was important to document that injury at the scene?
Personally, I like to document any injuries that I see on the body, so if they do point something out to me, I will have them help me try to take a picture.
Now, when looking at this exhibit, is there still some snow attached to David's head?
Yes, we didn't get all of the snow off the body. We didn't want to disturb it as much as we had to.
Right. And what was used, like, to initially brush off the front of the body? What was used? Was it just a hand with the glove?
I
or-
believe I gave the investigators some of my one-time use fingerprint dusters, those little dusters you see on TV where they swirl them around to use black powder. We also use those in arson scenes and things like this to remove snow and whatnot without disturbing the body. It's also sterile and is only used that one time.
Turning your attention to state's proposed exhibit number 67.
This is a picture previously before the snow had been removed from the body. This is where one of them had identified the discharge cartridge case and had put a placard down, which made me aware of it, and I began taking pictures of it through the scene to try to accurately show where it was.
Now, in this photograph, does this give us yet another perspective of the scene from a different angle, as opposed to some of the other ones where you took photographs of David's body when it was covered with snow?
Yes, this one you can see the walked trail that's right next to placard 58 there, and then how far the body was off of the little trail that we made it there on.
Now, in your opinion, given the snow and the terrain, could somebody, like, let's say this was not a crime investigation, could somebody have walked past David's body and not found it?
There's an objection. Go ahead, Mr. Sola.
False for speculation.
Skeleton.
Well, I'll ask her a more direct question.
They have foundation.
Yeah, did you have difficulty at first seeing, noticing that there was a body in that area?
Yes, I did.
Now, and the difficulty you described in first noticing that there was a body there, does this photograph help people understand why it was difficult to initially figure out that there was a body in that area?
I believe so, yes.
Now, the placard, that's the yellow thing that you're describing, correct?
Yes, it is.
Right, and who is the person in that photograph?
That is Investigator Long.
And there's a piece of red tape hanging from a tree there, correct?
Yes, there is.
Is Investigator Long, to give people an idea, is he coming from, is he taking the path that you took to get to the scene?
Yes, that was the way we came into the scene. So you would think that he was coming from the scene initially as he was walking into it.
All right. And so for him, the things on his ears, is that for the metal detector?
Yes, it is.
Turning your attention to state's proposed exhibit number 68.
This is placard 58, which we designated to show the location of the discharge cartridge case found at the scene.
Okay. Now, when you saw the injury to the head, did you automatically assume it was a gunshot, or what can you tell us about that? As far as any further action you took in investigating this scene?
I would say if I was, I don't remember what I thought then. I think after seeing this evidence and the size of the injury, it could have been a bullet defect. But also at that, I've been to many scenes with head injuries that some you can't see that have bullet defects or that were made with a sharp pointed object.
So you weren't 100% sure that was a bullet hole in the head?
Correct.
Okay. But then your attention was brought to the cartridge, correct? The case, spent
Yes.
casing.
Yes.
All right. And you took a photograph, this photograph, proposed exhibit number 68, you took that photograph?
Yes, I did.
All right. And is that casing in the same condition as you saw it on the evening of December 2nd, 2016?
Yes.
Turning your attention to state's proposed exhibit number 69.
This is a photograph after I've taken a photograph of a discharge cartridge case in place. Then I will move it to try to get a picture of the head stamp so you can see the caliber, the brand, and also if it was fired or not. You'll see a little indent in the middle.
And I know the writing, is the writing hard to see there, correct?
Yes, it is.
Let me approach you with proposed exhibit number 69. You might have to step out to the light if you can, if you don't have enough light there, because I'm gonna ask you some questions about that. All right, as part of the training that you described previously, do you get some education on firearms and projectiles and casings and things like that?
Just a very basic overview.
All right. Now, when you were photographing this, no doubt you knew that this was a spent pistol casing, correct, or handgun casing?
Yes, from the looks of the training I have had, which is still minimal, this did look like a fired casing, which we call a discharge cartridge case.
All right, and you know where the primer is located on a spent casing, is that correct?
Yes,
Where is the primer located on a spent casing?
generally in the middle, at the flat end on the back there.
And in your training, and I know you're not the firearms expert at the crime lab, but in your training for crime scene investigation, do they teach you about when a pistol bullet is fired in a handgun, whether the primer is affected in any way?
Yes, we have some training in how to tell if it's been fired or not, also because probative evidence is usually not something that has not been fired.
Okay. And in this case, the casing, it did not have a projectile in it anymore, is that correct?
That's correct, it did not.
Nor did it have any gunpowder in it?
That I don't know.
Okay. And then the primer, can you tell from the primer that this was a fired casing?
Yes.
And how could you tell from the primer?
With this one, you can see a circular indent in the middle of it. If it from my training, if it has not been shot, that should be untouched or unscratched.
And do you remember which caliber this particular spent casing was?
I believe it was a 9mm.
And then what other markings, you have the exhibit in front of you, what other letters? I mean, I don't know if it's only a partial on that exhibit, can you tell partially what other markings are at the base of that spent casing?
I believe 2 letters say FC, and it might say, it says something else, but I can't tell.
All right, thank you. And let's go to the last one, state's proposed exhibit number 70. What is shown in number 70?
This is a picture after the body is removed, especially in outdoor scenes. Law enforcement like to take a metal detector and go through the area to see if there's any other evidence items around that area that you maybe can't see that might be metal.
And you were there when the officers were using the metal detector?
Yes, I was.
Was there anything else found in addition to the spent 9mm casing that we talked about?
I believe they did not find anything probative.
And do you remember how wide of a span they covered with the metal detector? Just give us a general idea.
I believe most of what you can see in this photo right now was searched with the metal detector. I don't know if they went farther back in that or not. That I'm not exactly sure of.
And in terms of people exiting from the crime scene, can you give us an idea of the progression, like who left first? Tell us a little bit about the ME employees arriving and who left first, who left second, and who was the last person there.
Generally, the medical examiner's office will leave first. After they've collected the body, they generally leave. After that, we will finish processing the scene, collect our evidence, and normally I'm the first one in the scene and the last one out. I take photos before the scene has been altered, and then I'm the last one to take photos as you exit so you can see how the scene was left when we left there.
And did the team that was I assume that all of you were acting as a team, correct?
Correct.
After everything that you've described was done, was the team satisfied that there was no need to have a police officer sit on this crime scene and come back during the day?
That I don't know exactly,
But you left,
but my job was complete.
your job was done. All right, now tell me, the one thing we haven't covered with you yet is what you do after you leave the scene. And I don't know, did you do anything else that evening?
That evening, no, I took all of my crime scene bag. I don't take evidence with me. All evidence that I collect at a scene is given to the officer on scene. And after that, I will take my photos with me, and the next time I'm at the crime lab, generally the next day, or if I'm in the village, it'll be after I fly in, then I secure those photos into our digital evidence room that keeps a log and a chain of custody of when it went in, if anyone had ever looked at it, and what time they looked at it. So the photos are technically my evidence. After that, I will put that in the system, and then I will finish my report and make a report that goes back to the officers.
All right. And for a crime scene investigation such as you've described, would it be a lengthy report, or are you relying to a large extent on the photographs to tell the officer in charge, if he hadn't been at the scene, what you found?
I would say most of my photos will tell what happened. I do write a short, notes on what I did. This scene, there wasn't too much to it compared to most outdoor scenes don't have a lot of evidence to it, or a lot of other things that we do at scenes. So this one I think would maybe be shorter than others, but I did have a significant amount of photos.
Now, the fact that David's body was at the scene, that's the reason you went out there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the discharge casing that we talked about, did you feel that was an important piece of evidence to secure?
I believed it was probative enough to photo it and collect it, correct?
And you're saying that the trooper investigators secured that piece of evidence, correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And did you, when you wrote your report about your participation in this, did you make note that a discharged casing was located at the scene?
Yes, I did. I have an evidence list attached with my notes that will have a catalog of every item that I photoed, every item that was collected. Not all placarded evidence items that I photo will be collected. That's up to the officer to depend what they want to collect. So all of those things will be documented in my notes.
And do you forward your report and your photographs to the officer in charge of the case? In this case, Sergeant Wegman is the officer in charge of the case. Did you forward all your work product to him?
Usually I would give my photos to the next officer that was involved in that case that I can give it to. When my report has been technically and administratively reviewed by another competent analyst who's also trained in this discipline, then that report will get emailed, or now we have we can load it right into their system that way too. Or if it's too large, which some of them are, we have to use a special website and a special program to give them our report.
And in terms of the crime laboratory is under the Department of Public Safety, is that correct?
Yes,
And the troopers are under the Department of Public Safety also, correct?
yes.
But are both of you separate entities within the Department of Public Safety?
Yes, the only people that we have in common are the commissioner and the deputy commissioner. Past that, it's separate.
Did you participate any other way in the investigation of this case?
Yes, the day previously, I responded and helped process a trailer. I also collected fingerprints and palm prints from some of the individuals that were associated in this case. And I also processed a vehicle later on in that month that that was associated with this case.
And do you remember which individuals you took fingerprints and palm prints from?
I don't remember, I have it here, I can look at my notes and tell you.
Okay.
There we go. Sorry, I have a lot of reports. I took 10 print cards and palm print cards from 4 individuals in this case.
And which individuals were they?
They were A. Barrett, B. Renfro, D. Johnson, and D. Peterson.
And then you said this scene, as you described, collected fingerprint and palm prints from the individuals you just mentioned.
Correct.
And then you also participated in the examination of a camper trailer, correct?
Yes, I did. I
Where
took
was that?
photographs there.
All right, where was that trailer located?
That trailer was located at Matanuska Towing and Recovery in Palmer, Alaska.
Before we leave this scene, let me ask you a couple of questions. The photographs that I have shown you here as our proposed exhibits, did you take a lot more photographs than these?
Yes, I did.
Do you know how many more in addition to these?
I do. I can look at my notes and tell you how many I took. Approximately 100 or 200 photos at that scene.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move to admit, and I'm just going in a random order as they sit here, State's Proposed Exhibit number 70, State's Proposed Exhibit number 68, State's Proposed Exhibit number 67, State's Proposed Exhibit number 66, State's Proposed Exhibit number 65, State's Proposed Exhibit number 64, State's Proposed Exhibit number 63, State's Proposed Exhibit number 62, State's proposed exhibit number 61, State's proposed exhibit number 60, State's proposed exhibit number 59, State's proposed exhibit number 58, State's proposed exhibit number 57, State's proposed exhibit number 53, and State's proposed exhibit number 52.
You have one up here too.
Oh, and which one is that?
69.
And State's proposed exhibit number 69.
Any objections?
No, I had 69 marked, so thank you.
All admitted.
Now, let me ask you about the trailer. Were you with other people from the crime lab when you examined the trailer?
Yes, I was.
And what type of trailer was this?
It was a travel trailer.
And where was it located when you examined it?
When I examined it, it was at Matanuska Towing Recovery in Palmer, Alaska, in the garage.
And who was with you from the crime lab?
From the crime lab, I had, again, Jamie Nading and Martin Orlowitz.
And what was the purpose for you looking at the trailer? What were you looking for?
The purpose of this was a missing persons case, I was informed, and we were looking for evidence that maybe something had occurred there.
And tell us again the date versus the date of December 2nd.
I processed the trailer on December 1st, 2016, and I went to the body recovery scene off of 7 Mile Kinnick River Road on December 2nd.
And when you went to the Kinnick River scene on December 2nd, did you know that the trailer was related to the same case or not?
I believe, yes.
And when we were preparing for trial, did we agree that Ms. Nading was going to provide the testimony about the trailer examination?
Yes.
And so we will be calling her later, but I just want to ask you, when you were in the trailer, did you notice any unusual odor in the trailer in that indoor environment?
It's not noted in my notes, but I do remember that there was a smell of bleach or some type of other cleaning material.
And when you and Ms. Nading examined the trailer, were there photographs taken of the trailer?
Yes, I took photographs of that scene.
And just like with this one, anything that you and Ms. Nading deemed relevant, was that collected as evidence?
Yes, it was.
If you can give me a moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Stoller, go ahead, sir.
We get lights on.
Sure. And you gonna go through these photos, or do you wanna turn it off?
No, we can turn those off.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Callaghan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm good, thank you.
Excellent. Let's start with the travel trailer. You did a report when you reviewed the travel trailer, is that correct?
Yes, I did. For that scene, we split the processing into 2 reports. Jamie Nading did a report on the documentation of that scene, and I did a report on the photographs of that scene.
And you always try and put all the important details in the reports, is that correct?
Things that we denoted or took photos of or thought maybe of importance, yes, that should be denoted in our notes.
Okay. But there's no note in there about the trailer smelling like bleach?
No, there's not.
And you looked at that trailer basically almost 2 years ago,
Yes, almost 2 years ago.
and safe to say one of the reasons you document everything and you report as carefully as possible so that important details you can remember, is that right?
For analysis purposes, correct.
When you went out to Connect River Road, mile 7, there's a stream there, is that right?
I'm not sure. I know there, at one point there was a water, but not a lot.
Okay. So you don't remember if there's a stream there?
Not specifically, no.
There's a parking area there?
There is a small parking area, yes.
So you don't recall if that's next to a bridge?
No, I do not.
You didn't document that?
No.
And when you were at mile 7, you tried to document everything everything that you thought was important, is that right?
I tried to, yes.
And the troopers there had the metal detector, is that correct?
Yes, they brought metal detectors. We do not carry metal detectors.
How long were they detecting for?
I'm not sure. There were parts of, if you're not around, it wasn't lit up, so I don't know exactly how long they were doing that for.
But you were there from 5:45 to approximately 9 or 9:30, is that right?
I think 9 o'clock, somewhere around there, yes.
And so that was December 2nd, it was already dark when you got there?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And that made seeing things harder, is that right?
It was. It's hard to see what everyone else is doing at all times in a dark scene.
Okay. But you did see them metal detecting, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you also saw them find the 9mm shell casing, is that right?
No, I don't believe I saw them find it, but I did see it placarded shortly after.
Okay. And then once it was found, you documented, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And you wrote a report on there, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And in your report, did you recall if you said what caliber shell casing that was?
Yes, I believe I did.
And do you note that as a 9mm?
Yes, I believe that's what I noted in my notes.
Okay. And that's the only shell casing they found in that area, is that right?
On that day, yes.
And the troopers were there before you got there, is that right?
Yes, they were.
Was Investigator Legs in there when you got there?
I don't know exactly if he was there when he got there or when he left.
And really, one of the things that you're asked to do when you go out to crime scenes is to document all important evidence items, is that right?
We try to, yes.
Okay. And that's what you're trying to do to the best of your ability, is that right?
Yes, or anything that we had involvement in.
Did you see any search dogs in that area that night?
No, I did not.
Did you stop at Connect River mile 5?
I believe I did not know.
You didn't get out of the vehicle there?
I don't think so.
Were you made aware that Dominic had stopped there with Sergeant Legs before mile 7?
No.
Did you document whether or not there was a stream in mile 5?
I did not know.
Did you document whether or not there was a parking area in mile 5?
No, I did not.
Did you document anything in the woods of mile 5 and the ground coverage there?
No, I did not.
Did you do anything to document the difficult?
Okay. All righty, we'll call on the jury.
Barnes.
Please stand and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this case now before this court is submitted. Please state your full name, spell your first and last name.
Kelly Jo Barnes, KELLIBARNES.
What's your occupation?
General Merchandise Manager at Cars Palmer.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Hunter.
Good morning, Ms. Barnes. What do you do for as general merchandise manager?
I order in stock shelves with general merchandise, your shampoo. I give Christmas ornaments, things like that.
And you work at the Palmer Cars?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar, how long have you had that position at Cars?
About 4 years now.
And at Cars, are you familiar with the internal camera system?
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you familiar with that?
Whenever we have to, I'm pretty much one of the only 2 people in the store that know how to bring the system up, locate people in the store, and I'm also the only one who knows how to do the recording, which is putting things on USB or disk.
And as part of your position, do you provide videos to law enforcement?
I do.
I'm going to draw your attention to November 22nd of 2016. Did Investigator Adams with the Alaska State Troopers contact you regarding any potential videos there?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you meet with Investigator Adams?
Yes,
And did you provide Investigator Adams with a video?
yes.
Do you recall the date that video was from?
November 16th of 2016?
Could it have been November 13th?
Sorry, 13th, yes, I'm sorry.
November 13th of 2016?
Yeah.
And did the video include the times from 6 to 7 p.m.?
Yes,
Did you, when Investigator Adams came into Cars and you met with him, did you watch the video at that time as well?
yes, ma'am.
And you provided Investigator Adams with a copy of the video?
Yes, ma'am.
The timestamps on the video, were those true and accurate times?
Yes, ma'am.
Those are all my questions for Ms. Barnes.
I don't have any questions for Ms. Barnes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, you can step down. Okay,
Now we call Mrs. Grunwald to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case now before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your full name, spell your first and last name.
Edith, Edith, Grunwald, Grunwald,
Your current occupation.
retired.
go ahead, Mr. Gallantuck.
Morning. First of all, can you tell the jurors whether you live in the Mat-Su Valley?
Yes, we live on the Wasilla side of Palmer
And how long have you lived there?
since 2005,
And where did you live before there?
Anchorage,
Are you married?
married.
And your spouse's name?
Ben Grunwald,
And how long have you been married?
this year will be 20 years.
Let me turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 20 proposed. Do you recognize State's proposed Exhibit number 20?
Yes, that's my son, David Grunwald.
And do you know when this photograph was taken, roughly what year it was taken, if you recall?
It was between January and March of 2016.
I would move for the admission of State's proposed Exhibit number 20.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
David's date of birth, January 8th, 2000, is that correct?
Yes,
I'm gonna turn your attention to November of 2016, and I need to use an exhibit attached to the other exhibit. Give me a second. I'm going to turn your attention to state's proposed exhibit number 125. Do you recognize what's depicted here?
It's the November 13th, the day that David went missing, and then December 2nd, the day that David was found.
And do you believe that this calendar fairly depicts the months of November and December of the year 2016?
Yes.
I'm gonna put that back over there, and we might need to use it as a reference during your testimony, but I would move the addition of 125.
Any objection?
No,
So admitted?
that was 1.5, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
Huh? So 125, it says removed, but that must be the calendar.
It should be calendar.
Yeah, I know. Let's turn to November of 2016. Was David living in your house in November of 2016?
Yes,
Was your husband living in your house in
yes,
2016, November of 2016? And was David attending school in November of 2016?
yes.
Which school was he attending?
He was attending Matsu Career and Technical High School.
Did he have a driver's license in November of 2016?
He had his driver's license. He got his permit as soon as he was eligible and proceeded in getting his driver's license as soon as he was eligible.
Right, and he had the kind of license where you could, a full-fledged driver's license where you can drive on your own without a parent in November?
It's probable.
What type of vehicle did David have?
He had a 1995 Ford Bronco Eddie Bauer edition.
And can you tell us when the family got that vehicle, or when David got that vehicle?
We bought it in August of 2016, and we actually got it in our possession around September 2016, so he could do a little bit of work to it and get it ready to start driving to high school that year.
Clearly, this was not a brand-new vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
So it was like a starter vehicle for a young person?
A starter vehicle.
And was there any work that was done on it by either David or Ben?
They both did some work on it, and then I had actually driven it to Costco and got 4 brand-new tires put on it as a surprise for him to make sure it was a little bit safe on the roads.
And in November 2016, the vehicle was functioning?
It was functioning, yes, sir.
And David was driving it around?
Yes,
And you were also, I mean, you were here when Victoria testified. You were familiar with Victoria in November of 2016?
yes.
And why were you familiar with Victoria?
Victoria and David were girlfriend and boyfriend, and they were good friends, and they were going to the same school together, and she was at our house a lot, and he was at her house a lot, and we all spent a lot of time together.
And do you remember November 13th of 2016?
Yes,
Do you remember it as being a Sunday?
yes,
And I'm presuming that nobody was working on that day, correct?
correct.
And was David supposed to be at school the next day?
Yes.
Do you remember how November 13th started?
It was a nice morning, got up, had breakfast, went to church, then afterwards, Victoria, David and I hit the consignment shop, and then we hit a few furniture stores. David expressed interest in getting a desk for his computer, and just kind of an excuse to hit the furniture stores.
And did Victoria sleep at your house November 12th, between November 12th and the 13th?
Yes, she had her own room, and she slept in there.
And then when you say church, did everybody go to church together, including your husband?
Yes, we all four went to church together in the same vehicle, and then we dropped Ben off before we hit the consignment shop and did some, playing around at the furniture stores.
And did you go in the Bronco or in your vehicle?
We went in my vehicle, the Jeep.
And were you driving or was David
I
driving?
was driving. David it was a brand-new Jeep. David helped pick it out, but he has not driven it yet as of that time.
And would you say everything was normal?
It was great.
that day?
We had a lot of fun. We visited some of the people that we know at the furniture store. You kind of get to know some of them by their first names, so.
And eventually, did you, David and Victoria, make it back to your house?
Yes,
What
we
happened at your house?
got home, and they started just hanging out, did some studying, sat on the couch, watched TV, and
Was your husband home when you came back?
not initially, he wasn't home.
Did he get home eventually?
Yes.
And did you have dinner together?
Yes, we did. We had, like Victoria said yesterday, I made hamburgers with bacon. It was one of their favorites, so.
And then, was the understanding that Victoria was gonna be taken someplace else that evening?
Right, Victoria needed to go home, and so David would have driven her home.
And this was still fairly early in the day when David left to drive Victoria home?
It was after dinner, after 5, so in the afternoon.
Dark outside already because of
It
November.
wasn't quite that dark yet. It was still light enough because I walked outside with him. He wanted to drive the Jeep, but I said yes, but then the dad said no. And we have an agreement that no trumps yes at any point in time, so it was a no.
Okay.
So
So he hadn't driven your car
he
yet?
had not driven the
and
Jeep
he was
yet.
eager to drive it
He was
again?
very eager to drive it.
And did you see him leave the house in the Bronco?
Yes,
And with Victoria?
yes.
Now, before he left, were there any discussions as to what time he was supposed to be home? Or
9 o'clock,
10,
Mhm.
I'm sorry?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, okay. And was that the normal curfew?
Pretty
Was
much
that
on
the
a school
Sunday
night,
curfew?
pretty much on a school night was 9 o'clock,
Um,
if he was even out and about.
And did the family know about any issues with the Bronco? The Bronco was acting up anyway or not?
If anybody would have known, it would have been Ben. I wasn't aware that there was any mechanical problems. If there were, I probably would have put my foot down a little bit.
But nobody knew, I mean, it wasn't a situation where somebody felt the vehicle was dangerous or anything like that, right?
Correct.
All right, so when David left, as far as you knew, where did you think he was going?
He was going to drop Victoria off at her mom's house.
Do you remember what David was wearing? when
He was
left?
wearing blue jeans. At first, I thought he had his tennis shoes on, and then I noticed that his tennis shoes were there and his slippers were gone. So he had his orange North Face sweatshirt on and his slippers.
All right. Now, I also want to ask you, like, what kind of things would he normally have with him? So, obviously car keys, right?
Right.
Okay. And was there anything unusual about the car keys to the Bronco or not?
There was, the key, actually, the ignition key was broken. So the part of the key was inside the ignition, but you still had to have part of the key to stick it in there to start it.
So there still was, you still needed part of a key to get it going, right?
Correct, yes.
All right,
And I told him not to tell anybody about that because potentially somebody could take the truck at any time,
all right.
potentially.
And then the other things he would have had on him, did he usually carry a wallet?
He had his wallet, he always has his wallet on him.
And what did
And
he carry, a back pocket, front pocket, do you know?
I would have think either the back pocket or maybe if he had his sweatshirt on, it could have been in his front pocket, but I would normally think in his back pocket.
And then what type of things did he have in his wallet?
He had a debit card because he had his own account where he could learn to manage his own money and become more independent as he was growing up.
I object, if we just list what was in the wallet.
Overruled that part, but
Okay.
He had a debit card, he may have had, his driver's license, probably had a few dollars.
He wouldn't have a, like, his habit was not to carry a significant amount of money?
Correct.
All right, so the wallet, did he ever, some people, always carry like a pocket knife or a pen, people have different habits. Did he carry anything else?
Yes, he had a couple of real nice pocket knives. His dad collects pocket knives, and he shared that with David. So we had a couple of pocket knives with him. I know his backpack was in the Bronco. He had his watch.
All right, and he usually would have like one pocket knife in his pocket, or?
Well, sometimes he would wear it on his belt, whereas it's a nice size pocket knife. It's not a pocket knife per se, it's one with a sheath potentially, but there could have been a couple of pocket knives as well.
How about phones? Did you allow him to have a cell phone?
He had a cell phone.
And was it like one of those smartphones, or was it a flip phone? What type of cell, what's the type
It
of cell?
was a smartish phone. We picked it up at Best Buy, and so he could have it on him to be able to stay in contact with us.
And so obviously you can call on the phone. Did
Right.
you text with him also? Did
Yes.
you- Okay. And did your husband text with David
No,
also?
Ben doesn't text.
Just call?
Yes.
So, okay. All right. So he would have had his phone with him when he left, correct?
Yes,
And likewise his wallet?
yes.
And then, did there come a time when David called, after he left the house?
He did. He called, and I missed his call. So I returned his call, and he said, "Hey, Mom, I have to bring Victoria out to the Butte." And the Butte is a lot further than the mom's house near downtown Palmer. So I thought, okay, he's gonna need some extra time. I said, okay, no problem. And I hung up, and then I realized when we hung up that I didn't give him a specific time, because we always have a specific time. So I called him back up, and I said, how about 9:20? 20 minutes, give you the time you need to go all the way out to the Butte? And he goes, yeah, that's fine. So we decided on 9:20.
Was David familiar with the location of Victoria's father's house?
Yes,
Had he been there before?
yes.
So he wouldn't have needed like reminders of how to get to
No,
Kelky's house?
previously, he had even given me directions on how to get there.
Now, did he say anything about running any other errands or going anyplace else or not?
No,
Did he say anything about the Bronco acting up in any way?
not to me.
No, 9:20 comes, correct?
Correct.
And David isn't home yet.
He's not home.
Who was the first person that noticed that David wasn't home at 9:20, you or your husband?
Both of us. We were in the garage, and he says, "Where's David?" And I said, "I don't know." He goes, "Well, it's 9:22. I said, "I'll call Victoria and find out." So I called Victoria, and I think I woke her up.
Did you try calling David first or no?
Oh, absolutely, I tried,
All right, yeah,
sorry, I
yeah.
tried calling David first, texted him, called him, didn't get an answer, and that's when I called Victoria.
And about what time do you figure you were calling his phone?
Probably 9:24, 9:25.
And would this have been from a cell phone or a landline? when you
A
called?
cell phone, been my cell phone at the time.
And when you called, did you get a voicemail?
I got
Tell
a,
us what happened on the other end.
I got a voicemail, nothing.
And after that, you called Victoria?
Mhm. Yes,
And about what time do you figure you called? Was it pretty shortly after you called David?
yes.
And,
'Cause I wanted to get about a time that he left her house so that we could try to figure out where he might be.
so after you called Victoria, did you know where David was after you called Victoria or not?
No,
Did you verify at least that he dropped her off at her father's house?
yes.
And then, what did you do after you spoke with Victoria?
I asked her, did David mention any place else that he might go? And she said, well, yes, he's mentioned something about stopping and possibly hanging out with the boys. And I said, well, who are the boys? And she says, Eric Almendinger's. I said, well, do you have any information on them? You know where they live? You know their phone number? And she said, no.
And is that about it for the information that Victoria provided?
To me, yes.
Let me ask you about Eric Almendinger. Had you ever met Eric Almendinger before November 13th, 2016?
No.
Had you heard his name before November 13th?
Initially, I didn't think I'd heard his name, but I may have heard it maybe once or twice.
Or had you met any of Eric Almendinger's family before November 13th,
No.
2016?
No,
Did you know where Eric Almendinger lived before November 13th, 2016?
no,
I assume David had some friends
yes,
in addition to Victoria?
yes,
Right. Had you met some of his other friends?
yes.
Now, did Victoria mention any other names in the phone conversations you had with her about trying to figure out where David was?
It came out that, David Evans, they had picked up this super senior, gave him a ride to Eric's, and that's how he got invited back to Eric's house.
Now, let me ask you the same thing about David Evans. Had you heard his name before November 13th,
No.
2016? Or did you know his family before
No.
November 13th,
No.
2016? Did you know where he lived?
No,
Now, let me cover, while we're on this topic, let me cover some other names. Had the names Dominic Johnson, Austin Barrett, Bradley Renfro, or Devin Peterson come up before November 13th, 2016?
no,
Any conversations you
No.
had with any other people?
no,
And did you know any of those people's family members?
No.
Did you know where those individuals lived,
no,
or where their families
No.
lived? As far as what you did next, Mrs. Grunwald, were there further phone calls made, or did you and your husband hit the road and try to find David?
We did hit the road immediately to try to find out if he went off the road, if he broke down, something of that nature. And so I asked Victoria the route that they took so we could follow the same route to see, what route he may have taken home from there. Look for any type of evidence that a vehicle went off the road or that something was broken down. And during that time is when I was on my smartphone and looked up Almendinger's name and found out potentially where he lived and his phone number while we were driving around. And since she mentioned that he may have gone to Eric's house, we drove out that way. And I was going to jump out and go knock on their door, but because he answered his phone when I called and I told him who I was and we were looking for David, and he said that nobody was there except whoever was there, that the whole house was sleeping, whoever that was, and so he didn't seem to know anything.
And was that his father, was that Eric?
That was Rodney. I didn't talk to Eric. Later on that night, I did get on Facebook Messenger and I found Eric, and I did Facebook message him to try to find out where he was.
Let me back up a little bit.
Okay.
And to cover where you drove, is it fair to presume that since you knew that David had dropped off Victoria, that you backtracked from Victoria's dad's house?
Yes.
Okay. And so was the focus the roads between Mr. McKelkey's house and your home? Is that the locations that you would have covered with your husband?
Initially, and then when Victoria said that he may have stopped at Eric's house, we went that way too.
Okay. And had you been to Victoria's mother's house?
Yes.
And when you found out where Almendinger lives, is that fairly close to Mrs. McKelkey's house?
Yes.
And do you remember how the roads were in that day? Was there a concern that David may have gone off the road in the Bronco?
Yes, that seemed to be kind of slippery out, a little bit of fresh snow. Could have been some ice underneath the snow. I mean, anything could have happened, so,
And at this point, is it just you and your husband looking?
yes.
Did there come a time when you felt that you needed to contact the police about this?
Yes, I had, we did stop at the trooper station and to see if they knew anything of somebody going off the road or breaking down. And we actually ran in, not run into them, but intersected with another trooper and talked to them to see if they knew if anybody had gone off the road, and told them we were missing our son. And
All right. So you actually ran into some troopers at the post? or-
well, at the post, I think it was closed, but we called in to try to report that David was missing. And then we went back to the house. The trooper then knew about it and said that he would look around to see if he could find some evidence of somebody going off the road. So when we got back home, I called Rodney Almendinger back and I said, hey, have checked again to see if maybe he had seen David or knew where David was. And he said no, that even Eric had been missing for a couple of hours. So then I thought both of them were missing. And so that's when Victoria and I had been communicating back and forth, and I said, you better tell Eric, if you talk to him or find him, he better call his dad, because I think his dad's worried about him too. And so in the meantime, since we hadn't heard anything about David, we decided to go ahead and call the troopers, and then
In addition to
Yes.
contacting them?
yes.
And you know how much time had elapsed between 9:20 and the time that you had first contact with a trooper at the post?
It was probably within the hour.
And then when you made that phone call,
Mhm.
was it to the Palmer Post again?
Yes.
And do you know how much time had gone by between 9:20 and the time you made the phone call to the Palmer Post?
By then, it could have been an hour and a half, 2 hours.
And before you made that phone call, is it fair to assume that you did not receive any information that would help you figure out where your son was? Is that right?
Correct. So we just started driving around looking at any potential place.
All right. Now, looking at that calendar, I think you already testified that the dates of November 13th and the dates of December 2nd have significance to you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you contacted by an Alaska State Trooper on December 2nd to notify you that David was located?
Yes.
And which trooper was it?
Sergeant Regson.
And about what time did he contact you?
It was probably around 4 p.m.
Did he also tell you that your son was deceased?
Yes.
The time between that and 9:20 on November 13th, were there search efforts during that time period to find David?
Pretty much 24/7.
And I don't want to get into great detail or great length about the search, but was family searching for him?
Yes.
Were friends searching for him?
Yes.
Members of the community?
Yes.
Any like, organized search groups?
Some search dog groups. I know there were some horses out there. We had hired a private investigator to help us find David, because, I mean, we didn't know if he had been kidnapped or what happened to him, you know. And so they had organized a big search too.
And was there any aerial searches conducted?
There was a helicopter volunteer to look, and we also had a family friend who had a drone. And so he used his drone to do a lot of searching along the river, along the roads, and it was just some pretty amazing coverage.
And is it fair to say that none of those searches resulted in David being found?
Correct.
Now, did you folks verify that the Bronco that was found at the base of Baldy Trail, that was indeed the Bronco that you had purchased for David
Ben did.
through the license plate? And-
He,
and-
correct, and Ben also went out there. And then the authorities confirmed it with us.
Now, have you been out to the area we were discussing with Ms. Weehee, the location where Sergeant Wegson found David?
Yes.
Let me ask you some questions about that area. And the questions are whether your family had any particular connections to that area, such as ever fishing in that area, or camping in that area, or hunting in that area, or not?
I don't think that I've ever been down that road before.
Okay. So you were not familiar with that area?
Not familiar at all.
Okay, and just from either photographs or conversations with your son or your husband, you don't believe anybody from the family was familiar with that area?
Correct.
You mentioned what David was wearing, and that you figured out that he had slippers on versus shoes, correct?
Mhm.
I know that some younger people, we see people wearing shorts in the winter, younger people wearing shorts in the winter, and Victoria testified that young people like to be comfortable. Did he have any kind of coat, as far as you remember, when he left the house, or any winter gear, or not?
I don't remember him having any winter gear or coat.
All right, but when he left, was the definite expectation, was the expectation that he would be back
Absolutely.
either at 9:20 or
Mhm.
before 9:20?
Yes.
When you said that you spoke with Rodney Almendinger, was he the only parent that you had spoken to during this time period between the 13th of November of 2016 and the 2nd of December?
Well, because I knew the David Evans name, I went to his Facebook and went to About and found his family members and found his mom, Tammy Percy Evans, and I messengered her and asked her if she might have seen my David. And she answered me the next day and said that she had not, and that she had talked to Trooper Green about, she didn't go into any details.
And did Rodney Almendinger, on days subsequent to November 13th and 14th, provide any useful information as to where David was?
I talked to Rodney Almendinger himself.
Yep, I'll change my question. In all your discussions with any of the parents of the people involved, did that better equip you with any information as to where more specifically to look, or not?
No.
And during those days between November 13th and December 2nd, is it fair to say that there was more hope earlier on during that time period that David was going to be found alive?
Yes.
And as time passed, there was less hope?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Right.
You provided a number of your son's personal items to the state troopers, is that correct?
Like,
You provided his computer to the state troopers.
yes,
You also provided his toothbrush to the state troopers.
yes,
You said you didn't know David Evans.
correct,
You didn't know Eric Almendinger.
correct,
So if those were people that your son knew about, those were people he didn't talk to you about.
correct.
I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect?
Just to clarify, the toothbrush, that was so the troopers would have a sample of David's DNA? Or did or they did not tell you why they wanted it?
Ben says we gave him the toothbrush, so I just know that when they wanted our DNA, they swabbed us, our mouths, and
All right, thank you.
Okay, man, thank you. Next witness,
State's gonna call investigator Adams.
okay?
And then we'll just move to publish number 20 to the jury since we haven't had it on the screen.
Any objection?
That's the photo, not calendar, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have any objection to that.
Just for the record, we're setting up some technical. Specifically the laptop.
I do.
Please state your full name and spell your first and last name.
Andrew Adams, ANDREWADAMS,
Third occupation.
Alaska State Troopers.
Thank you. Investigator Adams, how long have you been with the Alaska State Troopers?
In March, it'll be 18 years.
And what is your current duties there?
I'm a major crimes investigator for the Major Crimes Unit in Palmer
And how long have you been in that role?
since 2010.
And what do you do specifically in that role? The jury has heard from a patrol officer, so as far as contrasting with patrol versus investigator in the investigative unit, what is the difference there?
As an investigator, I go to a little bit higher end type scenes, homicides, sex assaults, things of that nature. I get a little bit more extensive training, or focused training in those fields that patrol units don't generally get. That's the main difference.
And what types of cases do you respond to?
Like I said, homicides, sex assaults, just really anything that's kind of in the more of the major category, upper level felonies.
And how do you get involved? Like, how do you know when that you're being called upon to assist?
I usually get notified either by patrol officers, through our command, sometimes through command will contact our sergeant, and then contact me or whoever else needs to go. A variety of different ways there.
Going to draw your attention to November of 2016. Were you working with the Alaska State Troopers at that time?
I was.
And were you in the investigative unit?
I was.
And how did you become involved with this case?
Well, Sergeant Wagson was the case officer for this particular case, and he requested that I do a couple of different aspects of this case. So I was kind of in and out of the case depending on what needed to be done at the time.
And do you recall when you became involved with the case? And if it helps to refresh your recollection with the report,
I got
Provide
a
that
copy of
or
that
you have
here. I was initially asked to do some interviews at the high school that were some friends of Mr. Grunwald. And then after that, I was tasked with getting video from cars. I think that was on the 13th. I'm sorry, that wasn't on the video footage of the 13th. I went there on the 22nd. And then a couple days later after that, Sergeant Wagson contacted me and let me know that they found David's body and that he wanted me and several other people to respond there to process that.
Okay. So let me back up just a little bit. So November 22nd, you collected the video from cars.
Correct.
And you said that you did some interviews at the high school prior to that?
Yes, on the 21st, so the day before.
So November 21st, David Grunwald was still missing?
Correct.
And what was the purpose of, without telling me anything that anyone said in the interviews, what was the purpose of you going to the high school to interview?
Well, at that particular time, we haven't necessarily established that he'd been killed or he was just missing or what at this point. So we're just trying to gather more information, looking at it as a missing person case at that point. So just trying to talk to his friends, anybody we could to get any information that we could at that point.
Draw your attention to November 29th. Did you assist with the search warrant as well?
Yes, is that the one at the Almendinger residence?
If it helps refresh your recollection to review.
What day was that again?
November 29th.
Yeah, the one at Almendinger's residence, yes.
And what address was that?
That was at 780 SD, or Etsy.
And And who was with you during that service of that search warrant?
I know Sergeant Wagson was there. There were a couple different people there. I don't remember everybody that was there.
And what was your role at that time?
I was specifically tasked with taking pictures of the scene. And then I was also tasked, I believe, with processing Eric's bedroom.
And David Grunwald's still missing at that time?
Correct.
So you said that, going back now to December 2nd of 2016, you received notice that David Grunwald's body had been located.
Correct.
And then, so what did you do in response to that?
We responded out there to the scene
And where was that?
at, I think it was like 7.3 mile Connect River Road.
And about what time did you respond?
It was in the evening. I can refer to my report for the specific time. So, let's see. I arrived at the scene at 17:44 hours, which is 5:44 p.m.
And how would you describe the area there?
It's fairly remote. There's only one road out in that area, which then goes, on one side is got the mountain. If you're going outbound, it's got the kind of the mountains on the right side, and it's got Connect River on the left side. And there's a little bit of vegetation, I guess, between the road and the river. And there's a couple houses scattered along that road, mostly towards the Butte side of it a little bit more. But
And when you arrived there at 7.3 mile, where did you park?
there's a pullout right there at 7.3, and that's where I parked.
And how did you know where to go from there?
Sergeant Nelson with the drug unit was out there, and I met with him, and he showed me where the body was at, and I think he or somebody before I got there flagged the way back there with some surveyor's tape.
And when you walked, and did you have to walk through tell us about that, getting to the body?
So it's kind of through a trail, but it's not a very, or it wasn't, a very traveled trail. I think there was some sheets of plywood and stuff down there, and it was pretty cold that day. It was roughly, as you're walking the trail, it was roughly about 85 meters, according to the Thero that I took later on to get there.
And what was the weather like when you arrived there?
Well, it was already dark outside. It was pretty cold. I think it was roughly around 20 below. I think it was either partly cloudy or pretty clear.
Do you recall it snowing at all?
It was snowing, actually, you're right. That night it was snowing when we got to the body. The next day when I did the Thero, it was not snowing.
And so you walk out, you walk into the woods, and then what do you observe?
When you get to the area where his body was at, it was a little bit of a clearing, and the trail right there kind of takes a right, kind of going over a tree, if I remember correctly, and then the body was kind of like right to your right, and then eventually we found a 9mm casing almost right at the entrance to that clearing from the trail.
When you got up to the body, how did you know where the body was located? Was it obvious that there was a body there, or did someone show you, or can you tell?
They showed us, because by then the body was covered with snow. And of course, once you get out there and you look at it, then you can see the outline of the body. But yeah.
Did you have any other particular role at that time on that night with respect to the scene?
I mostly was taking pictures of the scene, the trail in there. We took pictures as they were brushing the snow off his body. And then when it was time to actually transport the body back to the roadway for the SME to come and pick him up, the medical examiner, we found that he was actually frozen to the ground. So
Basis for these?
Come forward.
So you were tasked at that time with taking pictures, and then were you, the state's medical examiner came and removed David Grunwald from the scene?
correct.
At some point, did you return back to that area?
The next day.
And what was the purpose of returning back to that area?
I wanted to use the Faro on the scene. And the Faro is a 3D imaging instrument that takes sub-millimeter measurements and also takes digital photographs, 360 degrees. Once you take several scans in progression, then I can take it back to my computer and stitch them together into one scene. And then I wanted to take some daylight photos of the area as well.
And when does Faro stand for something, or is that just what you call the instrument?
It's actually the company name.
Okay.
It doesn't really stand for anything.
And have you had training using the Faro?
I have.
Can you just generally describe, once you get to a scene, what does this instrument look like?
It's basically a big camera with a laser attached to it. It's not like your point-and-shoot camera. Looks a little different, but it has a mirror in the center portion that spins extremely fast. And so it does one pass, looking 180 degrees, shooting a laser, measuring everything, and it spins around that way, measuring everything it can see. And then it does another pass, and the mirror, instead of spinning really fast, just points at a direction. It takes a digital photograph, points up a little bit, takes a photograph, does that 180 degrees all the way around. And then, like I said, I take that information, that raw data, if you will, back to my office to a special computer that I'm able to stitch those together into one continuous scene instead of separate scans and photographs.
And what is the benefit of that? Like, why go out there and do that?
Well, one, when you're trying to measure a scene, typically in my experience, using a tape measure, you can get, just measuring a room, especially a large room like this, to get everything in the scene and measure exactly where everything is one, very time consuming. Two, generally takes at least two people to do. And three, the margin for error on that is much greater. Usually probably in a room this size, you gotta account for things like your tape measure sagging in the middle, or all those kind of things. Where this doesn't do any of that, it just has a laser. One person can use it. I set it up on a tripod, hit go, step out of the scene, let it do its thing, do that a couple times, and then I have all the measurements and everything in a virtual environment on the computer that I can then go back and measure things that I need to, or just generally walk through the scene to show somebody else that wasn't there.
And so when was the date that you, just gonna say Farrowed this scene?
It would have been the day after I was out there with David's body. I think that was the 5th of December.
And were you able to take what you gathered on that day back to your office and put it together?
Yes.
And Judges, the state's proposed Exhibit 16. I'm gonna move to admit and publish and ask Investigator Adams to, some questions as he's showing the
I
jury.
don't have objection to this item.
Okay, so admitted. How long is it? I forgot.
Okay.
How long is it?
I don't know
It's not a video, it's just a,
That's just walking through.
walking through.
okay.
So if you could walk the jury through what you gathered with the Pharaoh.
All right, so this right here, what we're looking at is an overview, like a top view of the scene here. And like this right here is one scan. This is saying there's 9 scans in that area, 6 scans, yada, yada. And down here are some other little points of interest that I've noted. So once you kind of, I'll just start at the beginning here. So this is the first scan that I took from, you can see the roadway here. This is kind of the pullout where we parked. You can see where my vehicle's parked here. And then right down over in this area here is where the trail starts. So moving down the trail, you can see there is a little bit of a trail, but by this time we've had 5, 6, at least 6 people come up and down this trail multiple times. So I'm sure it wasn't quite as traveled at the time.
And is that crime scene tape that's still on it, was that on the trees from prior?
From the night
December
before,
2nd?
yeah, when they marked the trail on their way out there, or way back, or whatever. There's some of the debris I was talking about.
And when you set up and were scanning, how would you describe the difficulty of getting these scans as far as with the terrain that we're seeing?
So, scanning is not the hard part. Putting them together can be the hard part. In an environment like this, it works well with vertical surfaces that don't move. And this is all vegetation, which it has a really hard time piecing together into common points. Saying that point is the same one from a different view, those kind of things. So this one was rather difficult putting together. So if you look in the scene here in a couple different places, I use like this right here. I don't know if you can see that up there. That's a little sphere, a little ball. It's a reference point that I can use when I go back and try and stitch them together to reference this ball is the same as that ball and this from this angle, those kind of things. So I had to do that in this case. And even then, as you can see, it's a white ball and a white background. It was a little difficult. But I got it together.
And so here, you're just moving down the,
I'm just moving down the trail and the scans here. There's another reference ball right there. All right, and so this is actually kind of the clearing I was talking about. All right, so at this point, you're looking back down towards where the trail is at. You're in the clearing. Obviously, David's body has been moved.
But is this the location where David's body was located?
Right, so on the left over here where it says Grunwald, that's where his body was at. Attached to this little, what you call it right here, are some photos. I don't know if you want me to bring those up or not. Same thing with this over here is where the 9mm casing was located. I can show you those if you want.
And where was as what you said, when you said you reached the clearing and you're looking back, can you go back to that? Is that looking towards the parking, back towards the parking area?
Yes, so if you're looking here from the other side of the trail here. So if I were to follow these little icons back down, that would lead me back towards Kinnick River Road.
And what photos are attached? Are those the photos that you took from the scene?
Yes.
And can you show us what, as far as with the casing?
So here's a picture of the casing. Placard number, casing.
And how far away was David's body from the pull-out, the parking area?
Approximately 85 meters. As you're walking, I think it's 77 meters as the crow flies.
So someone who's, like myself, who's not good with distance or math, can you give us a reference as far as how far is 85 meters?
There's only a little difference between a yard and a meter, but, probably roughly 85 yards.
Which is what, as far as like a football field?
Not quite a football field. 100 yards is from end zone to end zone, or your standard football field, if you will. And so, not quite that.
From the parking area to the David's?
Correct.
Thank you. The Pharaoh. Now I want to ask you about the cars video.
Okay.
This is State's Exhibit 14.
Objection. So admitted, number 14.
And just to clarify, as far as the dates on when you were at the scene, David Grunwald was located December 2nd, and you responded on that day, is that correct?
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. So I went out, it wasn't the very next day. It was, I believe that was a
And if you
Thursday?
need to refresh with the calendar we have.
Oh, perfect. It was a Friday. So December 2nd was a Friday. Would have been the 5th that I came in, because the Friday was my day off already. Monday was my next work day. And that's
You
when
did the Pharaoh scene a couple days later.
it was a couple days later.
Do you recall if as far as the weather, the snow on the ground was about the same on the 2nd, or do you recall if it had snowed more? If you don't, that's fine.
I don't think it snowed, if it did snow, it didn't snow that much more.
So you're gonna queue up State's Exhibit 14. And you, November 22nd, 2016, you responded to cars to collect video.
Correct.
And did you meet with Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
And did you watch the video on that, at the time that you went to cars?
Yes.
And she provided you a copy?
Correct.
And while we're getting the video queued up, As far as what you observed in the video, did you observe David Grunwald coming and going from cars?
I did.
When you observed David Grunwald on December 2nd, did he appear to be wearing the same clothing?
Yes.
And the same clothing as he was wearing in the video?
Correct.
It might be easier for investigator Adams to navigate the video via the,
Actually, if you just hit play, it automatically moves from camera to camera. So it's probably 30 seconds in or so that he actually walks in.
and what time does David walk into cars?
I don't think I noted down the exact time and second when he walks in, but it's here, it's not right at the beginning. He's hard to miss because he's wearing an orange sweatshirt. But you'll see him walk in here in a second.
And we're, just for the record, there's 4 screens up on our screen.
So while we're waiting for him to walk in, this one up here is the entrance right there on this screen. This one in the upper right-hand corner is showing, well, it kind of moves around a little bit. This one over here that's now in the upper right-hand corner is over by the deli. And you're going to see him come, you have to look really close for him to come in through this door, but you'll see him walk across towards the deli and kind of disappear from over there. He'll be just off screen here, and then you're going to see him, when he finally gets on here, ask for his water jug to be filled.
And that lower left-hand video, is that actually the Starbucks at Cars there?
Or, I'm sorry, yeah, the Starbucks there, yeah. Not the deli. I'm not really sure why it bounces around like that, but. So he just entered right there. You see him coming across that camera right there. And then next you'll,
And what, can you read the, are you able to read the time?
this is 6:12.
And we just saw, well, now it's in the lower left, but
Yeah.
that's the water jug.
Yeah, so he gave her the water jug. He's just off camera.
Does she appear to be filling up the water jug? And again, it's the lower left.
This one, currently it's the lower left over at the Starbucks. Here in just a second after she's done filling it, she hands it back to him. So you can see his orange sweatshirt there. Then you're gonna see him come across the screen up there,
That's
Right.
the upper right.
upper right there. He's gonna come out, see him down there, and come out right here wearing the orange sweatshirt. And it's what, 6:14?
So he enters cars at 6:12 and exits at 6:14.
Yep. So that's 2 minutes total.
I'll move, I think I already did, but I'll move to admit State's Exhibit 14.
I think it's been
Okay.
so admitted.
Thank you, Investigator Adams, those are all my questions.
All right, I guess we'll break for lunch. Come back and let Mr. Silver finish with this round.
Trooper Adams, how you doing this afternoon?
You doing okay?
You have your report up there with you?
I do.
Okay. On November 21st, you also stopped by the, is it the Green Store in the Butte, is that correct?
On the 21st?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And your purpose for stopping by the Green Store was sort of why you stopped by cars, you were trying to figure out if they had any video, is that right?
Correct.
And they do have video, but their video records over itself every 7 days,
Yes.
and so you weren't able to recover any video from the Green Store, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you have, can you bring the Faro back up? Can we put that on there? I have a couple questions about that. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. I think before you had it, I want to ask you to kind of manipulate it when we get it up here.
Okay.
If we could turn down the light for that. While that comes up, I want to ask you one or two questions. You've been to mile 7.3 at least twice, is that correct?
At least twice, yes.
Okay. Have you been there more often than that?
I'm sure I've driven past it a couple times, yeah.
Excellent, thank you. And can we give that to him so he can sort of manipulate it? I want to share a mic with you, if I could kind of approach you.
You can, or you can use the wireless if you want, Mr. Silver.
I think we're okay
Okay.
sharing here. If you prefer me on it, then I am fine with the wireless. If
It's
that
there,
right there.
you'll need to turn it on.
I feel like there's an attorney joke in here someplace about how many. It's the mute button? That's
You have to press and hold.
That's counterintuitive that you hit the mute button. That's why I wasn't going to hit the mute button. Can you sort of, this is the parking area, is that correct? Can you go back to the first one on the parking area?
This one here?
Yes, sir. You gotta love technology. For the record, it is still loading. Yeah, no problem.
Put down some of these other things here. I can restart it if you want, see if that, is going faster. Not sure why this is taking so long.
That's all right. If it doesn't work here, we'll move on. I might just ask you the question if you remember. If not, I'll ask another trooper. I'm gonna close it down. Let's just turn on the light.
Not working.
It is not.
If it comes up, I'll let you know.
Okay. On that first slide, you could sort of see the parking area around mile 7.3, is that correct?
Correct.
It's a fairly large parking area, is that right?
A decent size, yes.
And it's next to, that parking area is right after you cross a little bridge, is that correct?
Possibly, I don't recall that part.
Okay, you don't remember if you cross a bridge in a little stream there?
I think there's a couple of bridges between there, but I don't remember how close they were.
Okay, so you don't know if that parking area is basically right next to the stream?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I remember it's, I took some pictures up on the hill, like about mile 7. And you look over the entire area there, and then you go down the hill. I don't recall if there's a stream or something you pass by. It's quite possible there is. I don't recall.
And the time of year you were out there, it was frozen, is that right?
Yes,
So it was a lot of snow.
correct.
So if there was a stream there, you wouldn't maybe as remembered as well, is that right?
That's possible.
Because everything at that point sort of covered in snow, and if there's ice on the stream, you're not going to see it as well, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And what you were talking about at mile point 7 is there's a scenic overlook, is that right?
There's not really a pullout for the overlook, but it was a decent area where I could get out of my car, park on the side of the road there, and get a kind of an overview of everything that was out there.
There's enough area to park a car, a couple cars on the side of the road there, is that right?
Where I parked,
Yeah.
to see the rest of it,
Mhm.
I'm almost parking like halfway in the road. There's not, I don't think there's actually a,
You don't think there's a scenic
I
overlook?
don't think there
over
was.
All right. You didn't do, let me ask you this. You said this was, the distance back was about 85 meters, is that right?
Correct. Walking,
Walking 85 meters?
Right.
And it was 77 meters as the crow flies, is that correct?
correct.
And sometimes when you're walking in the woods, it's hard to take a direct line, is that right?
In this case, yeah, that's correct.
And you talked about a meter is basically the same as a yard, so just less than a football field, is that right?
Something along those lines, yes.
Did you do a FARO at mile 5 of Connect River Road?
Reference this case?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Did you know how far Investor Wade's and Dominic walked into the woods there at mile 5?
I don't have a clue.
And you didn't do anything to measure that distance, did you?
No.
All right, I don't have any other questions.
Judge, we could try to set that up. That's not Investigator Adams' computer, it's our computer. And there are some tricks to it on occasion. So if Mr. Stoller needs to get back into that, we can try to.
There's a picture of the bridge on there that I can, if we can get up and
All
run.
right, he could probably use that, so. How long would that take to do?
Could give as little as 1 minute.
Oh, okay, go right ahead, we won't speak to your
Sure.
Who's gonna restart it, Judge?
Okay,
I'm okay, I can ask some of these questions, I know Investigator Wade's spent more time back there, and I know he's, I know I will have an opportunity to speak to him, and we're fine with that right now.
all right. Okay, thank you, officer. I think you're done, unless you have any follow-ups?
No, I don't.
If Investigator Adams can just send Investigator Bartlett in to the hallway, he's our next witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this case now before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed. Please state your full name and spell your first and last name.
Scott Bartlett, SCOTT, BARTLETT.
Your current occupation.
I'm an Alaska State Trooper.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon. Say if that projector is interfering with your.
Oh, we're
sight-
fine.
Okay, let me know. Good afternoon. Can you first tell us, how long have you been a state trooper?
For over 11 years.
And where have you been, which places have you been assigned to?
In 2007, I started out on Palmer Patrol out in this area. I then transferred to the Alaska Bureau of Investigations in Palmer. I was there for 6 months. I transferred to Anchorage Major Crimes as an investigator when I was there for 4.5 years, 4 years, something like that. Then I transferred to the Technical Crimes Unit, which is like our cyber crimes unit in Anchorage, for 4 years. And then a few months ago, I promoted to Sergeant of the Major Crimes Unit in Anchorage.
What was your position on December 2nd of 2016?
I was an investigator for the Technical Crimes Unit in Anchorage.
And did you help out in Palmer on that day
I did.
at a crime scene?
I did, correct.
And tell us how you became involved in that.
My lieutenant gave me a call and asked if I can come out and assist with the crime scene investigation or the body recovery of David Grunwald.
Did you respond from Anchorage?
I did respond from Anchorage, yes.
And And this was down Connect River Road, about 7 miles down Connect River Road, correct?
Correct, it was about 7.3 miles down Connect River Road.
And it was pretty obvious, since there were already police cars over there, correct?
Correct, Sergeant Nelson was on scene on a pullout just north of the road.
And his name was mentioned, and it was mentioned that he's the sergeant of the Matsu drug unit. But he wasn't there in his capacity as a drug investigator, is that correct?
As far as I know, he was not, that is
He-
correct.
He was helping out also?
Correct.
Okay. And did you coordinate with the others to split up duties or to figure out what everybody was gonna do?
I assisted in making those decisions, yes.
And the purpose of this was to do a thorough crime scene investigation?
Correct.
And what do you remember about the weather on the evening of December 2nd, 2016?
It was dark and cold. I believe I noted in my report that it was like 10 degrees. There was fresh snow, about 3 inches or so on the ground, or actually just covering everything. And there wasn't any light out there.
And the people that were there, were they dressed for the weather, equipped to handle those kind of circumstances?
Correct. We were all in snow pants and warmer coats.
And how would you, once you made your way to the scene, how would you describe the terrain there?
By the time I got there, other people had walked back to the body. So there was kind of a trail, and it was marked with evidence flagging and the red tape that we use on for traffic accidents. I can't think of what it's called right now, but we had that red tape on the trail. But it wasn't, I don't think it was really a trail. It was kind of hard to tell because there was snow on everything, but there were several spots where you would have to climb over a tree or something. So it wasn't like an obvious, well-groomed or maintained or well-used trail, I should say.
And how about the vegetation? How would you describe it?
There was this thick trees and shrubs everywhere, except for the spot where the body was located. There was a little bit of an opening there.
Okay, what do you remember about that spot?
I remember right at the end of the trail, there was a big, I don't know if it was a fallen tree or just a mound of earth, but it was probably 3 feet high that we had to walk over or climb over to get down. And there was just an opening where it was just more of vegetation, like grass or something like that, and little shrubs. It was probably, I don't know, it was not very big, probably a third of this room.
All right, and when you walk down this trail, quote unquote, would you encounter that mound first before you encountered David's body?
Yes, you would, yes.
Right, and was it blocking, if one was walking on the trail, quote unquote, was the mound blocking David's body? As far as visual?
If I was just walking across, I guess it might block his visual, but the snow was more of a deterrence of finding him. Because you couldn't, if someone hadn't told me that there was a body there, I wouldn't have obviously found it. I probably would have just walked right by it.
And it was totally dark by the time?
Yeah, it was dark.
Okay. What did you do at the scene?
So Investigator Long and I, we took our metal detectors out there to try to find any shell casings or anything like that. We split up the area. I started off from the mound in towards the body, and then he started on the other end. And I located a shell casing just a few feet from Grunwald's body.
And let me ask you, before we get into that, was there, the reason for the metal detector, was there a suspicion already that David Grunwald had been shot?
Correct. I believe I was told that was what we believed, which is why I would have brought the metal detectors out.
Right. Okay. And you were actually doing the detecting?
Correct, with the metal detector, yes.
And was there one metal detector or two?
There were 2. I had one, and Investigator Long also had one.
And you said you were the one that located the shell casing?
Correct.
And closer to the feet of David Grunwald?
It was, yeah, probably 3 or 4 feet. I could look in my report and give you a better idea. In my report, I put 5 feet, so it was about 5 feet from his body, from his feet.
Was it covered with snow?
It was, I didn't see it. Yeah, I didn't see it. I had to dust the snow off.
And when you're doing the metal detector, let me just, so I can understand this, when you're doing the metal detector, you're going above the snow surface? Or are you digging into it with the metal detector?
No, I'm going above, probably about 6 inches above the snow.
And did you get an obvious audible alarm when you came across that area?
Correct, it was a strong audible alarm. It was the only metal in the area that I came across.
And tell us what you did after you had the audible alarm.
I stopped, set the metal detector aside, and I can't remember if I had the crime scene techs dust the snow off or if I did. But we dusted the snow off and the crime scene techs photographed it in place with a placard, I think it was number 58. And then I had them collect it for sure.
Okay. And certainly this would have been something that would have been collected, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. State's proposed exhibit number 2, do you recognize that?
I do.
And you've seen that before a number of times, correct?
I have, correct.
Okay, but is that the metal object in that bag, is that the casing, the spent casing that was collected from the crime scene on December 2nd, 2016?
It is.
Move for the admission of number 2.
Objection.
So admitted.
Now, did you determine what caliber this spent casing was?
Yeah, on the back of the shell casing, it has stamped FC 9mm, which is millimeter Luger.
And looking on the back, is that where the primer is also on the base of the casing?
Correct.
Okay, and does it appear that the primer has an indent on it?
It does have a defect in the middle of the primer.
And anything else you can tell us about that casing? Anything else? The color of it? Let's start with the color.
It's brass in color. The primer is silver in color. FC stands for Federal Cartridge, which is a manufacturing company that makes bullets.
And have you seen spent casings in various states of oxidation or aging?
I have.
Now, this one, it doesn't appear to have a lot of weather on it, does it?
No.
Okay. So in other words, you wouldn't expect that to have been there for years, for
No,
example?
definitely not.
Okay. But nonetheless, you felt that it was important for you to collect that as a piece of evidence from this crime scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then, anything else, you take a close look at the casing? Are there any unique characteristics as far as markings on the outside of the casing, like on the side of it?
There is some black marker on there.
Okay. And I guess what else, let me accompany you there. Looking at it real closely, do you see like a band of
Oh, yes.
A band of striations on it? What can you tell us about that, since the jury's not looking at it?
There is a band of striations across the middle, all the way around the shell casing.
And then, you, obviously, the reason for collecting this is that it may be valuable later on as far as comparing it to a firearm, for example, if a firearm was collected.
Correct.
Or a projectile, for that matter, for projectile. And you could tell that the way it sits right now, that it has been to the crime lab, because it's got some crime lab stickers on it also.
Correct, on the packaging.
And is it fairly typical for an evidence item such as this to be submitted to the Alaska State Crime Laboratory for scientific testing.
It is.
Now, and as far as the casing being closer to David's feet versus the top of his body, do you remember there being footwear at the scene also?
There was, so between his body and the shell casing, there was a pair of brown REI slippers, kind of like moccasin style slippers, I guess.
And after you found this casing, did you and investigator Long continue to search with the metal detectors?
We did.
Any other metal found at the scene at all?
No.
And as to this particular casing, to uncover it and to gather it, do you know, was it just a case where the snow had to be brushed off, or did you have to do any digging into like the vegetation or the ground layer?
It was just the snow that had to be brushed off.
Thank you.
Stolen?
How long were you out there with the metal detector for?
Off the top of my head, I can't, I would estimate, well, are you asking like how long in total was I searching with the metal detector?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe 30, 45 minutes.
How long did it take you to find the shell casing?
Maybe, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, so you found the shell casing, but you kept looking, is that right?
Correct.
You just wanted to make sure you didn't discover anything else of evidentiary value.
That is correct.
You wanted to do a thorough search in your investigation, is that right?
That is correct.
And you try and document your police report as thoroughly as possible, is that right?
That is correct.
That's why you put that you found the shell casing 5 feet away from the feet of the body, is that right?
That is correct.
That's also why you marked how much snow that you observed on the ground between 3 and 4 inches. That's all in your police report, correct?
Correct.
It's also why you mentioned the temperature outside and the fact that it was dark out, correct?
Correct.
And as you said before, you had problems, you wouldn't have seen the body if you didn't know it was there, is that right?
Yeah, I wouldn't have immediately saw it.
Okay. But at that time, it was also dark out, is that right?
It was, but we had flashlights and everything else to assist us in seeing.
Okay. And you tried to put as many of those important details in your police report, is that right?
That is correct.
All right, I don't have any other questions for you.
Okay.
Redirect? Sir, you can step down, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case now that you're
I do. Thank you.
Please state your full name and spell your first name.
First name is Mike, M-I-K-E, last of Ingram, I-N-G-R-E-M.
What is your current occupation?
Sergeant with the Alaska State Troopers.
Go ahead, Mr. Cowser.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you tell the jury how long have you been an Alaska State Trooper?
Over 17 years.
And what did you do before that?
Before I was a state trooper, a college student, and then before that, I was in the U.S. Coast Guard.
And what do you currently do with the state troopers?
I work in the Alaska Bureau of Investigation, Special Crimes Investigation Unit.
And are you out of Anchorage, stationed in Anchorage?
I am, sir.
Do you assist in other areas of the state?
We're designed to. That's kind of, yes, we're essentially designed to help with augment investigations that require more of an in-depth type of approach.
Is most of your activity in Anchorage nowadays?
Anchorage, Matsu Valley, mostly, but we still go out to the villages and other surrounding parts of the state.
What other assignments have you had with the troopers?
I was with the Matsu Drug Unit for about 7 years. I was assigned to Bethel Rural Enforcement for about 1.5 years, and then I did patrol work here in the Matsu Valley.
I want to turn your attention to this case. First of all, we'll start with the search for David Grunwald, then we'll transition into the investigation relating to the murder of David Grunwald. And I'll be turning your attention to November of 2016. We have the calendar up there if you need to reference any of the dates, remind yourself, what days of the week those particular dates were. But did there come a time in November of 2016 when you were asked to assist with the investigation into the disappearance of David Grunwald?
Yes,
And who in particular asked for your assistance?
that'd be Sergeant Wagson.
And did you agree to help out?
Yes, I did.
I'm gonna take it kind of in chronological order, but turning your attention first to November, and from what I think was one of the first times you participated in the investigation, November 21st of 2016, were you participating in the investigation on that day?
Yes.
Right. And and I don't want to, I'm not going to get into the content of interviews, but what did you do on November 21st while David Grunwald was still missing?
Well, particularly on November 21st,
Yeah.
I want to say that was about the time we did a search warrant at a house off of K Lake Road.
I guess I was referring to, and I don't know, I don't know if you have, do you have?
I don't.
Oh, okay. 'Cause
Sorry.
I know we were gonna focus mostly on the K Lake, but I know you had interviewed some people. So let me ask a different way. As part of the November investigation, while David was missing, did you interview an Anthony Herring in Anchorage?
Yes,
I'm not too concerned
Yes.
about the particular
Yes.
dates or times.
yes.
Then, going further into, further into November, on November 23rd, did you interview Rodney Almendinger while Sergeant Wegson was interviewing Eric Almendinger?
Yes,
And was that at the Almendinger home?
it was.
And where is the Almendinger home located?
I don't recall the exact address, but it's in downtown Palmer. It's in Palmer proper's area of responsibility, or I should say the Palmer Police Department's area of responsibility. It's back behind, most folks know the Noisy Goose. There's a community back behind there, and it's at near the end of that road.
All right. And then turning your attention to November 29th, and I know this was 2 years ago, did you speak with the Stephen Geddes, or Geddes, Geddes, who lives out, who lived out where the Bronco was found?
I don't know if I specifically spoke with that individual, but I did review videotape.
From his house?
Correct,
Surveillance video?
correct.
And did you see, did the video, was the video relevant to the Bronco being in that area?
It was relevant, yes.
Then turning your attention to December 6th of 2016, did you go to K Lake Road to execute a search warrant?
Yes, sir, I did.
And is that technically Wasilla still, or is that Big Lake? What can you tell us about that area?
Boy, that's right on the edge of, I kind of mapped the valley out from my patrol days. You know, we had like beat codes that we used to say that we did this investigation over here, it got a certain beat code, and that investigation over there. I would have typically called that Big Lake.
And then, during the search warrant, were there other people present at the home?
Yes,
Other law enforcement officers?
yes.
Do you recall who else was there with you to execute the search warrant?
There was a, Sergeant Wagson was there, Investigator Decor. I believe we even had a special agent with us with the ATF, Tom King. Andy Ballesteros, investigator Andy Ballesteros. And I think I'm missing a couple in my head, but maybe one or two additionals.
And this residence belonged, who did it belong to?
It belonged to a guy who was identified as Philip Clive Seal.
And who lived at that residence?
It was Philip Clive Seal, his significant other, Alana Peterson, and we saw Devin Peterson at the house.
Right. And also, just to clarify, the search warrant, that is authorization from the court for you to search a place for particular items?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember what you were searching for on that day?
Mainly what sticks out in my mind was the firearms related to the murder regarding this investigation.
And do you remember, you mentioned who lived, or who was known to live at that residence. Who was present when you and the other officers arrived?
Initially, it was just Devin Peterson, and then Philip Seal later arrived when we were on scene.
And was Devin, do you remember where Devin Peterson was when you got there or not?
He was inside the house. I mean, it was a small house. In particular, I recall Sergeant Wagson interviewing Devin in the kitchen area while we were searching the house for evidence related to the search warrant.
And did you have authorization to search the entire house?
Yes, sir.
And were there any thoughts, as far as the team of law enforcement officers that were there any thoughts about how long it would take to search this residence, if you remember?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah, did you guys discuss like how long it would likely take to search that residence?
No, that's not a typical part of the MO when we do a search warrant service. We don't map out how long it's gonna take. Sometimes it takes half hour, sometimes it takes hours. So it's really tough to say. I don't recall coming up with a game plan of how long it was gonna take to search the home prior to actually searching it.
But you recall having authorization to search for firearms in particular?
That's my recollection.
I guess what I'm getting at is, so there could be a lot of nooks and crannies in
Yes.
the house, and people can get pretty creative as far as hiding stuff.
Yes, that's true.
So, do you try to look everywhere you can?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let's turn to your actions in particular. Did you find any items that were relevant to this case?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you found and where you found those items?
Going inside the house, like I said, it was a small house. Basically, you go in, there's an open room, open floor plan. The living room, it was open floor plan to the kitchen. There was a single bedroom, I think a washroom, and maybe another small area in the back of the house. But as soon as I went to the door, there was a mattress on the floor in the living room. And on the mattress itself was a backpack. And inside the backpack, I believe there was 3 firearms inside that backpack.
And did you seize and secure those firearms?
Yes.
Did you know whose bedroom that was or not? I mean, could you tell, and I'm just saying, not that you would personally know, but could you tell from the things you saw there as to who occupied that bedroom or not?
Well, it wasn't a bedroom. It was just like the living room. They just happened to have a mattress on there. So with it being what I would typically call a common area and not a walled-off bedroom, I couldn't say whose bedroom, I guess, whose stuff that was at upon the onset of searching the, executing the search warrant at the house.
Okay. And in addition to the firearms, did you also find a wallet and identification belonging to Austin Barrett?
We did.
And do you remember whether that was in a backpack or was it loose someplace else?
I want to say that was at least some items. I remember more than anything a knit cap. It was like a Ouija cap that was inside the backpack. I don't have a vivid recollection of an ID being in the backpack, but I want to say somewhere along the lines that stuff was found.
Okay. And also, a vehicle, a Dodge Neon was impounded as a result of
That's correct.
the search.
Well, it wasn't initially. We went back and seized it based upon some information that we received.
So that was seized eventually.
Yes, sir.
I want to go through some photographs with you, and then we'll cover some physical exhibits if you would. Give me a moment. Give Mr. Stoller a chance to look at those, and then I'll start asking about some of the. All right, thank you. Sergeant, if you can, I'll turn your attention to the screen, and we don't have the exhibit numbers on the photos on the screen, but we're referring to the same photo. So I am referring to state's proposed exhibit number 105 here. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right, can you describe what's depicted in that photograph?
The house that you see in the center of the photo towards the back of that's the residence that I knew that was belonging to Philip Clive Seal, or Clive Philip Seal.
Right. And this photograph was taken on the date of the search warrant execution?
Yes, sir.
Turning your attention to the next one, state's proposed exhibit number 106.
Same house. You'll see an opening on the right side of the home here. That's the small Arctic entryway that led inside the residence.
Next one, please. State's proposed exhibit number 107.
So that's the backpack I was referring to, where the firearms are located, and that you can see it's laying on a mattress, which is laying inside the, just inside on the left-hand side as you go to the front door.
State's proposed exhibit number 108. The lighting's not the best on that one, but if you can tell us what that is.
It's a semi-automatic pistol.
And was that one of the pistols that you found in the backpack?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Right. And I'm not gonna ask you about the make and model, because I'll do that when we actually show you the pistols. Next is state's proposed exhibit number 109.
Another photo of a semi-automatic pistol that came from the backpack.
And that's the same one as the previous photo, correct?
It appears, but I think it's a little blurry, so.
All right. Let's go to state's proposed exhibit number 110. What is that?
So that looks like it's the, excuse me, that looks like it's the magazine that's being pulled out from the butt base of the gun, if I'm not mistaken.
And are those your hands and your leg, or is that somebody else, or if you remember?
I can't say 100% certain. I had a lot of help that day.
But you were there when this was going on, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Let's go to state's proposed exhibit number 111.
Just an up-close photo of the semi-automatic pistol showing the serial number and the
All right.
make and model.
So that would be, the make would be what, Springfield Armory, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the model, XDM,
Yes, sir.
and then we have the serial number to the back of the ejection port. All right, let's go to state's proposed exhibit number 112.
I think just another view of the same pistol,
All right,
opposite side of the frame and the rail.
okay. And so on this one, as opposed to the other side, this actually has the words XDM-9 signifying 9mm as the caliber.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to number 113 proposed. What is being shown here?
So the slide is being open, the slide of the pistol is being open to show that there is a round chamber, or at least in the chamber.
And number 114 proposed?
Same thing, except for this time, the round is just showing, it's another photo of the same round that was in the chamber, showing that it's what type of ammo it is.
Next one, please. State's proposed exhibit number 115. Is this the other semi-automatic pistol that was recovered?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Was this in a backpack also?
Yes, sir, it was.
And the next one states proposed exhibit number 116.
Same gun, showing the magazine being pulled out.
Next one states proposed exhibit number 117.
This photo is showing the magazine fully taken out of the magazine well, and you can see it has some ammo with inside the magazine.
Next one states proposed exhibit number 118.
This photo shows that the slide is open. Again, it's got a round in the chamber.
Okay. Number 119 proposed.
Same round that was found in the chamber, just showing what type of ammo was inside the, what type of ammo was in the chamber.
State's proposed exhibit number 120.
Up close photo of the pistol, showing the make and model serial number.
All right. And I'll ask you about the make, model, and caliber when we have better lighting and we have the actual firearm in front of you. State's proposed exhibit number 121.
Revolver that was found in the same backpack as the other two firearms.
State's proposed exhibit number 122.
Same revolver, showing that it's fully loaded. Or at least it's got a full, it's loaded with at least shells in there. I can't tell if some of them were spent in this photo or not.
Let me show you the actual exhibit. I don't know if you have enough light. If you don't, just tell me and I'll ask that question when you do.
Okay. It appears that at least one of the rounds of ammunition has been fired. I see a
Okay.
dimple on at least one, which would indicate to me it's been fired.
All right, and then let's go to the last one on the screen, state's proposed exhibit number 123.
That's gonna be the serial number found on the firearm, on the revolver, located on the butt end of the pistol grip.
And would it be, is this pretty typical work as far as execution of a search warrant, that any items that are found, that it would be helpful to document them through photography at the
Yes.
scene?
Yes, yes.
All right, and as to all these photographs, do they accurately depict the things that you saw during the execution of the search warrant on December 6, 2016?
Best of my recollection, that's correct.
All right, I would move for the admission at this time of number 105 through 123.
No objection.
So admitted.
Okay, and if we can have the lights back on, I'd appreciate that. Now, as to, before we get off topic, as to that photograph, you said it looks like one of the casing has a primer indent on it, is that correct?
One, possibly two.
All right.
At least one.
Let's kind of put these to the side and need to refer. too long, but I'm gonna show you some other exhibits. I'm gonna show you, State's Exhibit number 1. Take it out of the box here. And as we do all the time, can you just, take a look at it, just to verify that it's not loaded, there's no ammunition close to this firearm?
There isn't,
Okay, and,
it's locked.
okay. Is that the Springfield XDM-9 that you recovered from the Peterson house?
Yes,
on
sir.
December 6, 2016?
It is.
Same thing here, let me show you what's been marked as State's proposed exhibit number 3. If you can take a look at it, verify that it's absolutely safe, and then take a look at it, and I'll ask you the same questions that the other pistol that you seized.
It's safe, and yes, it is the same pistol, the second semi-automatic firearm found in that backpack that day.
All right, now let me ask you a question, since the lighting wasn't the best with the photographs for the Ruger, but what make is the second pistol?
When you,
Yeah, the one I just showed you, State's proposed exhibit number 3.
it's a Ruger P91 DC.
And does it have the caliber on there, any place stamped? Maybe it's on the barrel for all we know, but I'll show you some other exhibits in a moment. And if it's not obvious, it's possible because the slide is locked back and it could be stamped on the barrel.
Yeah.
And I'm not, so let me show you some other things.
I mean,
Just by looking at it, do you remember what caliber that gun was or not?
I want to say 40 caliber.
Okay. I'm going to show you a couple of other exhibits, and that is State's proposed exhibit number 191 and 190. All right, in addition to the guns being seized, the parts of the guns were seized, like the magazines, correct?
Yes.
All right, and this is where I'm gonna ask you either to look at the photographs or some of the markings on the magazines. So turning your attention first to, number 191.
Okay.
Do you recognize this?
This looks like the magazine to the Springfield XD,
Okay.
9mm.
All right. And also turning your attention to State's proposed exhibit number 190.
So this is for it looks like it's a Ruger. Should be for 40 caliber.
Hmm.
So I just want to see if it says on here. excuse me.
Yeah, no, it could be a generic magazine, doesn't have any
Yeah.
buttons on
It definitely says Ruger on it.
Okay, it does, all right,
Yeah,
good.
there's a Ruger stamp on it right there.
All right.
I just don't, I still wanna say that's a 40 caliber.
And you verified that both of these don't have any ammunition in them, right?
Yes, sir, it's correct.
So, that's the reason we have them in the Ziplocs and we not take the, so under 191, just see if it fits in the Springfield, just to make sure we got the right ones matched up to the right ones. Now we get the, okay, does that one fit the Springfield?
Yes.
And that's the silver one?
Well, yes.
Silver, okay. And then let's take a look at number 190, which is the blued color or black magazine. If you could just verify that it fits the Ruger.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Just, and if you can just leave these out here, we'll repackage them later. And you've seen these exhibits before when they were packaged, correct?
Yes.
Turning your attention to 192
Okay.
and 193.
Okay.
Both of these these contain ammunition that came from this 9mm Springfield?
Yes.
Okay. And is 192 a single round from the chamber?
Yes, 192 is a single round.
And how many rounds in 193?
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me just verify that. Yeah, total of 5.
And looking at the magazine for the Springfield, does it have a larger capacity than the number of bullets that were recovered from this gun?
Oh, yeah.
Now, let me ask you, I'll move to admit number 192 and 193, Your Honor. Let me ask you to look at 192 and 193. Does it appear that all the ammo, all the 9mm ammo is the same, or there are different types of 9mm ammo there?
It appears to be a mismatch of ammunition.
And how can you tell?
The jacketing around each bullet has a different color. So there's some that have like a pewter color, and then there's 2. So out of the total of 6 rounds, 4 have the pewter color jacketing, and then or I should say casing, excuse me, and then the other 2 have a brass casing.
All right. Now, let me turn your attention to an exhibit that you didn't collect, but it's been admitted already, and that is State's Exhibit number 2, the spent casing found near the body of David Grunwald, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm not gonna ask you to do any kind of scientific comparison, but on this one, on the spent casing, what are the markings on the base of that casing as far as the letters or any caliber designations on the spent casing?
So it's FC Luger 9mm.
All right. Now, we know that looking at State's Exhibit number 192, which was the 9mm round from the Springfield, that was in the Springfield when you secured it, we know that the casing is not similar to the spent casing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's because the color?
Oh, well, right, I'm going by the color, so when you ask me that question, that's what I'm referencing.
Okay,
Although,
same brand.
same brand, correct.
But clearly not a brass casing. Now, let me turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 193. Are any of the rounds, the live rounds in 193, do they have the same designation, the FC 9mm Luger on the base of them?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay, and are they the same color as the spent casing as far as being brass colored?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of those are similar?
There are two out of the 5 that came from the magazine.
All right, now, I might test your eyesight here, and it's gonna test both of our eyesight. On State's Exhibit number 2, and I covered this with Investigator Bartlett, there are a line of striations
Mhm.
kind of going along the perimeter of the middle of the casing. For the cartridges in 193 that were taken from the gun, the ones that you have identified with similar markings, FC 9mm Luger, do they have a similar line of striations around the midpoint of the casing?
They both do. Yes,
All right.
yes.
Now, of course, to put this in time perspective, the jury has heard that David Grunwald's body was located on December 2nd, 2016. You would have known that as being part of the investigative team, correct?
Yes,
And the search warrant that was executed at Devin Peterson's house on December 6th was after David Grunwald's body was found and secured, correct?
give me the dates again.
Right, so David's body was found December 2nd, the search warrant at Devin's home was after that, correct?
That's correct.
And then, just another, as far as to look at the, what else you may have done on, and again, I'm not getting into the content of any interviews, but turning your attention to September 7th, did you have contact with Austin Barrett pursuant to this investigation on that day?
God, I had a lot of contact.
If you remember.
I don't specifically remember. Is there a report that can
Let
refresh
me
my
take-
recollection?
Let me take a look here.
September 7th?
No, December 7th.
December 7th, Austin Barrett.
I do have something that might just remind you about the date. And again, just, so here is a copy of one of your reports, one of your subs.
Right, correct.
And I'm just gonna refer you, if you could just read to yourself the first sentence of your report, that'll probably refresh your recollection as to the date. And again, I'm not getting into any conversations, but,
I remember this now.
all right, so, but on December 7th, 2016, did you have contact with Austin Barrett pursuant to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember when you had contact with him initially, was he with anybody else? Again, not going into any discussions, but was he with anybody else, or was he by himself when you had contact with him on that day? Remind me, because I forgot.
Yes, he was, yeah, because we saw him at the, the Palmer Fish Hook Food Mart.
Okay, and was he by himself?
No, he was in a vehicle with some other folks. I'm just, I'm trying to refresh my recollection as to who else he was with that day.
And it's, if you don't remember, it's not that important for me. And
He rolled up in a vehicle with some individuals. I just don't want to be wrong.
That's fine.
I can't recall.
Yeah,
I
that's
just remember he was in a vehicle with some other folks.
Now, let me,
Probably need to give the jury a break, it's almost 3.
190 and 191, I have no objection.
Okay, so admitted.
Yeah.
Afternoon.
The search you did, that was at Devin Peterson's residence?
Oh, I believe it's a house that his mom and his mother's boyfriend, fellow Clive Seals, was basically owned or lived at.
Okay, so Mr. Seals was the owner or the person whose
That's,
name the house was in, is that right?
that's how I understood it.
Okay, but it was also your understanding that Devin Peterson lived there, is that right?
Yes, I guess for intensive purposes here, yes,
You found 3 firearms there, is that right?
yes.
And you also found a hat with a Ouija board, is that right?
Yeah, there was like a knit hat. Yeah, there was a knit hat that had like Ouija symbols on it.
And you also found an ID at the house, is that right?
Yeah, okay, I don't have a clear recollection, but I remember something along those lines.
Do you know whose ID that was?
It was Austin Barrett's,
So Austin Barrett's ID was found at that house,
that's my understanding.
but you're not sure if that was in the backpack?
I don't have a clear recollection of that wholeheartedly as much as I do as the Ouija hat, who that belonged to Austin Barrett.
And you said the Ouija hat also belonged to Austin Barrett?
That's my understanding.
That was your understanding?
That's correct.
And that's because you've seen photos in this case, is that right?
I want to say yes,
Okay. And you've seen a number of photos besides the ones that you saw today? is that
that's
right?
correct.
You've seen photos of Eric Almendinger before?
Yes,
And you've seen photos of Eric Almendinger with that .40 caliber, is that right?
I'd have to relook at the photo to verify if that's accurate or not.
You testified in Eric Allmendinger's trial, is that correct?
I did.
If you saw your testimony, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Are you approachable?
You can, sir, go ahead.
Not get caught up here. Put these headphones on.
Thank
If you need me to rewind it a little bit, but
Sure.
where the rights.
Sure. Thank you.
No problem. You've had an opportunity to review your testimony from before, is that correct?
That's correct.
And before you were showing a picture of, let me get near the mic, so we can pick myself up here. Before you were showing a picture of Eric Almendinger, is that right?
Yes,
And you had identified the .40 caliber in that case, is that right?
That's correct.
And in that photo, Mr. Allmendinger is holding a firearm, is that right?
Yes,
And then you identified that to be the same .40 cal that you identified here?
as it appeared to be.
It
That's correct.
appeared to be, fair enough.
That's correct.
And you would agree, so you've seen that photo again, and that appears to be Mr. Allmendinger with that .40 cal?
It appears to be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect? Okay, all right, sir, step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Kalichek.
Judge David Gillis is our next witness.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this case now will pose court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Please proceed. Please state your full name, spell your first and last name.
Deborah, Debra, Gillis, Gillis.
Your occupation.
I'm a forensic scientist.
Go ahead, Mr. Kalichek.
Thank you.
Have just 1 second to get
Oh,
right
yeah.
in the book real quick. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Gillis, can you tell the jurors where you work?
I work at the Alaska Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory in Anchorage
How long have you worked there?
since July of 2001.
And what do you do there?
I do both biological screening as well as I'm a firearm and tool mark examiner.
And when you say firearm and tool mark examiner, what does that entail?
The bread and butter is identifying cartridge cases and bullets, fired bullets back to a specific gun, also shot shells. But we also look at function tests of any firearm that comes in, serial number restorations, distance determination, a shot pattern determination. We look at tools and tool marked items to see if we can make any identifications back to that tool. We do physical matches of broken pieces and broken parts. And I write reports and I occasionally testify in court.
And in terms of the firearms discipline, when you are qualified in court as an expert, is it usually in the category of firearms identification?
Yes, it is.
Although the tool mark, that's part of the firearms identification discipline also.
Yes, a firearm is just a specialized tool.
And how many times have you been qualified as an expert in firearms identification in the last, 15 years, you said?
Yes, 27.
In trials and criminal cases?
Yes,
Various parts of the state?
yes.
And nowadays, are you the most experienced firearms examiner at the crime laboratory?
Yes, right now I'm the only one that's able to do unsupervised casework.
And just, I know we're at the end of the day, so I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on your education and background, but how about a thumbnail sketch of your educational background and what you did before you came to Alaska Crime Laboratory and any additional training you would have had in the firearms identification area?
I graduated from the University of Alaska Anchorage in 1986 with 2 Bachelor of Science degrees, one in biological sciences and one in chemistry with a biochem option. Then I became an inorganic environmental chemist for about 15 years. I ended that career as the quality assurance manager at the State Chemistry Laboratory. And then I switched careers over to the crime lab, went into the evidence room for about 8 months, and then was hired on as a forensic scientist in the sexual assault section, where I learned sexual assault and biological screening. And then I flipped over to firearms in 2003. In order to become an examiner, I was lucky enough to be accepted into a year-long program sponsored by the ATF. And there were 14 students in my class from across the country in 4 different phases. The first phase was a 4-month period of time where we did administrative requirements, where we had to send our reports out with deadlines back to the ATF center. The second phase was 15 weeks at the National Firearm Examiner Academy in Maryland. And third phase was back at our home laboratories, another 4 months of a research project, 4 mock cases, doing a PowerPoint presentation on our research project. And then our final 2 weeks was back in Maryland doing 2 mock trials, learning courtroom etiquette, and finished up with graduation ceremony.
And when you first started with the lab, is there a certain amount of on-the-job training at the laboratory?
In firearms, it was basically go to this academy, because with just one examiner at the time, he didn't have enough time to train me. But in the sexual assault, I spent 6 months learning sexual assault training, and then another 4 months with blood training.
And when you're doing firearm examinations at the laboratory, do you have your own sectional laboratory where you work?
Yes, there are room for 4 different examiners, and we each have a little cubicle. We've got a comparison microscope, a stereoscope, computer setup. So yes, all my equipment is all in one little cubby.
Right. And at the laboratory, do you have an ammunition supply of various calibers?
Yes, we've got a reference collection of different types of ammunition.
And likewise, do you have a gun library?
Yes.
Meaning you have a lot of different firearms there too?
We've got about 1,500 different firearms, long guns, as well as the handguns.
And the purpose for that is sometimes you'd have to refer to a particular firearm in that library?
Yes, oftentimes if there's a broken part on a firearm that I receive, if I can, if I'm able to, I'll transfer the different parts to get my test fires, to get it functioning such that I can test fire it. Also, if we're looking up firearms, if there's a question, does this firearm have this or that safety, we can go look it up. I like to use it before I come to trial just to refresh my memory on the different safeties on the specific guns, in this case, if we happen to have them.
And do you have any shooting facilities at the laboratory?
Yes, we do have a range.
And do you have a number of different ways to discharge a firearm at the lab?
Yes, currently we have both a water tank, which we can use for ball rounds, so ammunition bullets with round noses, because if we shoot hollow points or like rifles in there, they'll mush and tear apart in the water tank. And so we also have a Kevlar tank, which is full of what's in police vests, the Kevlar, that'll stop a bullet really quickly. It's about an 8-foot tank that we can shoot the 30 caliber rifles in, 357s, I was thinking 30-06s, the rifles is about our maximum, and any hollow points. And that way the Kevlar gets stuck in their noses and they don't mush.
And is it fair to say the majority of your work is work done at the request of law enforcement agencies throughout the state?
Yes.
And then I assume there's a hierarchy at the lab. Is there a lab director?
Yes. He's now called laboratory chief.
Now, I would move to qualify Ms. Gillis as an expert in firearm identification at this point.
I don't have any objections to that.
Okay, so certified?
Thank you. Ms. Gillis, I want to ask you about the testing you did relating to this case. We're going to do it through a combination of photographs and physical exhibits. I'm going to bounce around a little bit. If we can have the lights off so we can look at some of the photographs first. And this is where I'm going to ask Sergeant Wegson to scroll down the row of photographs to state's proposed exhibit number 143, which looks like this. Second from last. in other words. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to first turn your attention to state's proposed exhibit number 143, which is the photograph that's shown on the screen right now. Is that a firearm?
Yes, it is. It's a semi-automatic pistol.
All right, and at some point in your job, did you have hands on this firearm?
Yes, I did.
And what was the reason for you getting this particular firearm?
Pretty much this one, I think, was a function test.
All right. And what are those stickers that and the writing that we see on this thing? If you can explain that to the jury.
The writing would be from an analyst before it got to firearms. And the sticky notes would be, the sticky scales are probably from Layton's. And firearms is the last one in the laboratory to get an item. It'll go through screening, Layton's, and then firearms.
Right. But those stickers and markings are not yours, is that correct?
Correct, no, they're not.
Okay. So let me just ask you, and we're gonna have other people testify, but you said you're the last in the row of testing when a firearm is submitted for a number of different reasons. So, like, fingerprints would get it first, usually?
Second.
Or what if the request was, for example, for contact DNA, fingerprints, and also looking if something had blood on it? Would there be a particular order, in your opinion, to that? And then, of course, the testing for functionality. Would there be a particular order in the lab for those things or not?
Yes, because latent fingerprint powder can affect DNA, and you don't want to lose DNA. So DNA, the screening, so you have a screening first to look for contact and/or blood. Then it goes to a DNA analyst. So I would say I did the screening, which in this case I didn't. I would collect the DNA and then package that separately, send that off to the DNA section, and then a DNA analyst would just check out those swabs and analyze those. Then that firearm would go down to latent fingerprints, and they would look for fingerprints if there were any processing, and then a fingerprint examiner to try and make identifications, and then it would finally come to me.
So you can tell when you examine this firearm that it had been other places in the lab for examination before it got to you, correct?
Yes, usually yes, because of the Sharpie marks and the sticker tags.
All right, and let's talk about this particular firearm. And why don't we turn to state's proposed exhibit number 144 while we're at it. Is this the opposite side of the same firearm?
Yes, the right-hand side of the pistol, same pistol.
All right, and when you do your report, when you're asked to examine a firearm to see whether it functions properly or not, do you usually note the make of the firearm?
Yes,
Okay, and what was the make of this particular one?
this is a Ruger.
And do you usually note the model number of the firearm?
Yes,
What was the model number for this one?
this is a P91 DC.
And do you usually note the caliber of the firearm in question?
Yes,
And what was the caliber of this one?
40 Smith & Wesson.
And then I know that some of these things have P numbers that are given by the law enforcement agencies. I'm not gonna deal with that in your testimony, but you see there is a silver-colored firearm sitting in front of you. There are a number of things in front of you. And we verified that those are all locked and safe. But can you take that firearm, please? I believe that states exhibit number 3, correct? Can you read the sticker?
Yes, exhibit number 3.
And I just want you to tell me whether that is the same as the Ruger depicted in your photographs, and that being the Ruger that you tested for functionality.
Yes, it is.
I don't know, is that the right word, functionality?
Yes, function test, yes,
Okay, function
functionality is
test.
fine. Yeah.
So this is the firearm that's depicted in the photographs, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm gonna spend more time on the other firearm, but as to this one, is this a pretty modern pistol?
I would, yes.
Okay. A fairly modern pistol, and is this, what would you call it generally? What type of pistol is this?
This is a semi-automatic pistol.
And the 40 caliber, is that a pretty popular caliber nowadays?
Yes.
And for this particular pistol, what type of testing did you do on this one?
This one, I went ahead and we have worksheets for all of our evidence. And so I have a firearm worksheet, and I filled out, starting with make, model, serial number, lands and grooves, safeties, and I go through everything, put it all down, make sure the safeties are functioning properly, and then I'll go in and test fire it and write that worksheet up and complete it.
And you have that pistol in your hand. Is that pistol, I mean, obviously the top part, referring to the top part as the slide and the bottom part as the frame. Is this an all-metal pistol where the frame and the slide is metal of some type?
Yes, the slide is stainless steel, and the frame is probably aluminum, but I'm not sure, but it is a metal frame.
And again, what type of, so as far as the actual testing you did in this gun, did you use ammo that was provided by the troopers with this gun, or did you pull ammo out of your ammo supply when you tested it?
If I can refer to my notes real quick. Yes, I use laboratory reference collection ammunition.
And we also have the magazine, the black colored blue, the blue magazine. And can you remind me the number on that one? 190?
190.
All right. And does that appear to be the magazine for the Ruger?
Yes, it has the Sturm Ruger insignia on the base.
And tell us, how did you load it? How did you shoot it when you tested this gun? And whether you did anything else like test the trigger weight and any of that?
When I go ahead and start my worksheet, one of the items that I do is the trigger pull. This particular pistol is both single action and double action, which just means with the slide forward, you can pull the trigger, and the double action, that hammer will cock all the way back to the rearward position, disengage from the sear, and fall forward. So the pistol does two actions for my trigger pull. That also functions in single action, so if I cock it and pull the trigger, it will also fall from the sear and fire. So I used a laboratory reference collection magazine for this one too. The magazine was not submitted. And I put 2 cartridge cases in that magazine, loaded it into the pistol in the range, and then went ahead and fired it.
And did it function as designed?
Yes, it's operable. 2 magazine-fed cartridges were loaded, chambered, fired, extracted, and ejected as designed.
And did you perhaps weigh this firearm or not?
No, that's not one of our
Just curious.
standard tests.
All right, and last time we talked, we looked at this, I asked you to refer to the bottom of the firearm, and I think both of us were at a loss for what that piece is called on the bottom, but now, of course, we have refreshed our memories. And so what is that piece protruding from the bottom of the Ruger pistol?
It is a lanyard,
Okay.
a lanyard loop.
And that is for attaching either a rope or a piece of a leather type string, so you can tie it off to whatever you want to tie it off to?
Yes.
And is that metal also on that pistol as far as the composition of the lanyard loop?
Yes, it is.
And, are there any sharp edges on this pistol?
I would imagine the edge could be pretty sharp because it's a sharper angle around that loop. So you've got the loop at the bottom, and then the edges of metal on the side, they just go right into that loop at a sharp angle.
Okay. All right. So, nothing unusual about the pistol. It's a Ruger 40 and it worked, right, when you
Correct.
tested it? Okay. Anything else that you noted about this particular pistol?
I did take the trigger pull,
And what was the trigger pull on it?
the single action trigger pull. This pistol can hold 6 pounds, and the sear is disengaged at the next half-pound increment. We go in half-pound increments, so 6.5. So it held 6 pounds and did not fire, and at 6.5 it fired.
That's in the single action mode when the hammer's cocked back?
Correct.
Okay, and how about in the double action where the trigger has to do the job of cocking the hammer and letting it back down?
And in that case, this pistol held 11 pounds and then went off at 11.5.
And is that pretty typical for this type of pistol to have those kind of respective trigger pulls in single action mode and double action mode?
Yes, those would both be considered normal in the single and double action.
I would admit exhibit number 143 and 144.
Objection.
So admitted.
So we'll switch now to the topic of the Springfield XDM-9. And if we can go back, Sergeant Weggs, into the first photograph states proposed exhibit number 137. All right, do you recognize what's depicted in number 137?
Yes.
And tell us what that is.
This is a 9mm caliber Springfield Armory model XDM, and the serial number is MG893782.
And for those jurors who may not be very familiar with guns, Ruger is a American gun company, fairly popular brand, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far, also for referring to proposed exhibit number 137, the brand Springfield Armory, that is likewise a pretty popular brand of firearm.
Yes.
And this particular firearm was a different caliber than the Ruger, correct?
Yes, this one's 9mm and the Ruger was 40.
Are there some similarities between the Ruger and the Springfield?
Yes, both of these, they're called recoil autoloaders. So after you fire, as that slide and the barrel are traveling back together for just a short distance, and then that barrel will pivot down to release some of the gases to make the recoil easier. Both these pistols are that way.
And do they have some features that are different as far as the two pistols?
The Ruger has a decocker, which is just a knob at the back of the slide that you can, if it's cocked, you can press the decocker and it will release the hammer safely. The hammer is blocked from making contact to the firing pin. The Springfield has both a grip and a trigger safety. I think you can see from the photo.
All right.
So, yeah.
And the trigger safety, that's kind of like the Glock pistols, is that correct, on the Springfield?
Yes, that protuberance from the trigger has to be in line with the trigger in order for it to be able to be pulled to the rearward position.
And tell us about the grip safety for the pistol to fire. What does a person have to do with the grip safety?
Just has to be in the back of your hand, so you've gripped the back of the firearm in a normal position. You grab the trigger with your trigger finger, pointer finger, and squeeze. And so both of those safeties have to be overcome by that normal grip in order for it to fire.
Now, you testified that the Ruger has an external hammer, and if somebody wanted to fire it single action, if it's got a round in the chamber, you can pull the trigger back, correct? Or if you racked it the first time, the trigger would be back.
Correct.
Does the Springfield have that type of external hammer or not?
No, this one is a striker fire.
So tell us, to load and fire this pistol, what would a person have to do?
Pretty much in that regard, it would be the same as the Ruger. Take your magazine, put some cartridges in it, place the magazine into the base of the grip. You can either have the slide locked back when you do that, or you can have the slide forward and do that. Then you'd have to chamber around. So pull the slide to the rearward position and release it. And then again in the range, yeah, I pulled the trigger and collected some cartridge cases off of this, the Springfield, and it was operable. 2 magazine-fed cartridges, loaded, chambered, fired, extracted, and ejected as designed.
All right. And for the semi-automatic pistols, if it's fired and has another round following, it automatically cycles the next round and is ready to fire again, is that correct?
Correct, that's what the semi-automatic has, some functions that are automatic, and the extraction, ejection, loading, chambering, those are all automatic.
All right, and did you test for this pistol, we know you can only fire in one way, right? In double action mode, I guess, right, or?
Single action.
Single action for this one. What was the weight for the trigger pull on this one?
The Springfield could hold 5.5 pounds, and then it went off at 6 pounds.
So, okay. And is that pretty typical for this kind of firearm?
Yes, it's still within the normal range.
And let's turn to state's proposed exhibit number 138. Is this the opposite side of the pistol?
Yes.
And then let's go back to 137 again. And can you just compare the serial number on the photo with the black pistol that's sitting in front of you, marked state's exhibit number 1, to make sure we have the same firearm in the photograph and in person?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would move to admit 137 and 138.
Any objection?
No.
So admitted.
Now, you should have, let's go to the next photograph. We'll do the same thing. The next one after that, sorry. This is state's proposed exhibit number 139. And in front of you, you should have a bag with the same thing, with the stud casing and an envelope inside of it. Can you remind me of the exhibit number on that one?
2.
Thank you. Looking at state's exhibit number 2, is that the casing that's depicted in state's proposed exhibit 139?
And here, I'll have to see if I can't use my cheaters here, my glasses. And I can see scribe marks, but I can't quite read it in this lighting.
Okay, you want to step under the light temporarily? And I know it's got plastic over it. If we need to take it out, we'll take it out. And then look at the envelope also to see if it has your initials on there. Do we need to pull it out of there?
No,
No?
yes, I do see my markings as well.
Okay. And so what you have is state's exhibit number 2, which of course is a plastic bag with the spent casing and the envelope. Does it contain the casing that's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, it does.
And that casing came into your possession during your employment with the crime lab?
Yes.
And let's turn your attention to state's proposed exhibit number 140. You took a photo of the base of that casing also?
This is the head of the cartridge case.
All right. And what can you tell us about that? What does it have on there?
It's upside down, but I think you can see it's got FC for Federal Cartridge Company, and it is a 9mm Luger head stamp.
And, when we talk about the 9mm caliber, the full name of it is 9mm Luger.
Yes.
I move for the admission of numbers 139 and 140.
Okay, so admitted?
Now, there was no projectile as far as a bullet, that's fired from the casing submitted to you for any kind of work, correct, in this case?
Correct. I
Right.
did not receive a bullet.
So what was the specific thing you were asked to do as far as the gun and the spent casing?
To see if I could do a comparison between the firearms that were submitted and this cartridge case.
And to see if what?
To see if I can make an identification
If
or
the-
elimination.
If that casing was fired in the Springfield XDM-9?
Yes, any of the four firearms that I received, yeah.
And tell us the procedure, so now you know what your mission is, to either say it was fired from the Springfield or that it was not fired from the Springfield. What did you do to be able to come to that conclusion?
So the first thing, that I do is open this evidence, and I've got a cartridge worksheet, so I start filling in the make, the model, some of the specifics on the cartridge. It had a cannler around the case body. It's just some crimping that's there in the middle of the case body. That it had a firing pin drag, the positions of the extractor and ejector. So I just go through the head and the cartridge case body are brass, and the primer is nickel. Just go through and list all the specifics of the evidence item. I noted that it was 9mm Luger caliber, so I started with the Springfield Armory pistol, test fired that, and then put my two tests together to make sure I could identify or look at the marks that the firearm was leaving, to see if they were consistent and reproducible. And then I take one of the tests off and put the evidence item on my comparison scope and see if I've got enough marks to make an identification or elimination.
All right. Now, on that box, that's got the same sticker because it was all part of the same package, states exhibit number 1, so the Springfield was in this box. And then it has an envelope taped to it that says test firing. Those are the casings, the spent casings that you produced by firing this firearm?
Yes, they are.
And tell me, did you use the federal cartridges, same as the one to have it consistent?
Yeah, probably, if I just glance at my notes here. Oh, I used Remington. So they were both, the Remington UMC brand have brass case bodies and a nickel primer.
All right, and is that the important thing, is to make sure that the metal is the same type?
Yes, if the primer was brass, I'd want to use a brass primer, just because the metal is a little bit softer or harder depending on if it's brass or nickel. So you want to make them as the same as I could get. So I probably, in the range reference collection, did not have Federal with brass and nickel primer.
You mentioned, when we look at that primer, you mentioned there was a drag, indent drag. Is that important for comparison or not really?
You can make an identification on the firing pin drag. It's a little harder to see. What we do is microsil cast. So it's a 2-compound, and you mix it up and it hardens. And so as it's, after you mix it up, it's a paste, and you press it into the primer, and that solidifies in about 5 minutes. And then I take it off and cut around the head there. And that way, I cannot cast shadows in a dimple. And that's what I'm using on the comparison scope. I've got oblique lighting from fiber optic lighting, and I'm casting shadows to be able to see all the features that are on that cartridge case head, on the primer, but I cannot cast shadows into the dimple. So if I make it a hill, then I can cast the shadows and see. I did not make microsil casts of these evidence items, this evidence item or the tests, but the firing pin drag mostly is useful because it's the recoil operated, recoil autoloaders that the barrel pivots, and the firing pin, when it strikes that primer, the firing pin has not yet been able to extract back into the hole that houses the firing pin. And so as that, after you fire it, firing pin strikes the primer, that slide and the barrel are starting to move rearward, and the primer gets hot. And so it oozes into the orifice, the aperture hole that houses that firing pin. Then when the barrel pivots, it leaves firing pin drag, as the firing pin has not yet extracted back into that hole. And so that's how we know if it's present, that it had to be a firearm like these two up here, that the barrel pivoted parallel to the breech face during recoil.
But the drag was not your mode of comparison for this case, is that correct?
Correct, I did not use the drag in this case.
So let's turn our attention to state's proposed exhibit number 141. And there's a yardstick, which is our pointer we're using in this case if you feel a need to use it. Can you tell us what's depicted in number 141?
Yes, this is a comparison scope photo. And so I always put, do I have to bring the?
I think if you turn it or put it up on the edge of the podium there, it should be fine.
As long as I don't knock it over. I always put tests on the right-hand side of my scope. There's two different stages on the comparison scope, and the left-hand stage is always for evidence. So here's my test here, and this is the cartridge case exhibit 2 here. And this is that orifice. This is when the metal got hot, it oozed into the housing, the aperture where the firing pin was stored. And so this goes into that space. And here's the shear. It's a little bit washed out on this photo, but you can see hopefully some identification, some stria that have carried over. And down here, we've lost some good ones when I was reviewing it before court. Some really nice ones are right down here. And then it just continues. So I could make that ID, and then I could also make the ID on the parallel straight line pattern.
Now, the one you have on the right is the one that you got from firing the gun at the lab with the Remington ammo?
That's one of my test fires, yes.
And the one on the left is the spent casing that the troopers collected and presented to you, correct?
Yes, can you
Okay.
see this hairline to
Right.
show that it's two different photos?
And so the photos are kind of overlapping, right? So you're matching them up?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your comparison of the casing the troopers collected and the casing that you collected at the lab after firing this gun, did you determine that this gun fired both spent casings?
Yes, your exhibit number 2 was fired in the Springfield Armory pistol.
Okay. And again, that's based on what?
On both the identification of the orifice primer crater stria, as well as your parallel straight line breech face impression pattern.
All right. And then we have one more photograph that you provided to us, number 142. Can you tell us what's depicted in number 142 proposed?
Yes, this is the overall picture of your my parallel straight lines that was on my test here. It's harder to see the hairline, but it's right here, and this is exhibit number 2, and you can see the pattern is the same as the test, hopefully.
And what creates those patterns on the head of the casing?
The manufacturer, it's not on purpose. These are incidental to the manufacturing process. So the drilling processes, how they cut the breech face of that slide, it leaves random irregular markings. And then that marks when you pull the trigger and that firing pin hits the primer, that cartridge case, as the explosion starts with the primer compound first and goes through a flash hole, and then it ignites the cartridge primer. It slams back into the breech face, the back of the slide, and that's the impression pattern of the breech face on the back of the slide of the firearm.
So the breech face of the slide is making these impressions on the casing, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the microscope, you're actually, are you viewing through two eyepieces, right?
Yes, the comparison microscope has the two oculars. One ocular goes to the left stage and the other ocular goes to the right stage, and it's joined by an optical bridge, and that's where that hairline is. There's a bar that I can move this hairline back and forth. So like on the other picture, when they were almost overlaid, they were almost completely overlaid, I can move that hairline back and forth, and that two items become one as I move the stages, line them up and orient them, and then I can just, so this picture is basically just for court purposes. When I make my identification, they are completely overlaid and I can move that hairline and it looks like one item.
And then on the comparison microscope, you're actually looking at the heads of the casings, not photographs of the heads of the casings, correct?
Correct, yeah. Unlike, say, footwear and latent fingerprints, firearm examiners do not make identifications or eliminations on photographs. We look at the item in the comparison microscope.
All right, I would move for the admission of 142 and 141.
Okay, so admitted.
Thank you. And if we can just have the lights back on, and get done with the photographs. The one other thing, I want to explore some other things about the XDM, but I need to take this off. These are tricky sometimes, and they stick sometimes. Okay. I'm gonna either point it down or point it straight up. I'm gonna take this off, and then I'm gonna do this to it so it's closed. But I want to ask you, and this goes to the trigger pull and also to the functionality. So I'm also going to have you take the magazine from the XDM, which is number 191. And we know that the firearm is unloaded and the magazine is unloaded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So with that pistol, can you load the rounds into the magazine, typically, correct?
Yes.
I mean, I guess you could pull it back and load one into the chamber too if you wanted to, but typically into the magazine, right?
Yes.
So again, I don't know, for the jurors that don't have a lot of gun knowledge, where would you load them into the magazine?
So if the firearm is pointed towards the door, this is where the nose of the cartridge would be, the bullet. And so you depress the magazine follower and slide that in underneath the magazine lip marks here. And so then the cartridge will go and keep, the magazine lip marks will keep it from popping out. And then for the second one, you again depress that cartridge and load it, continue to load it. This one looks like it's a 15-round magazine capacity, but I did not check that. It's just numbered on the back. So it looks like you can load 15 cartridges in the
All right.
magazine.
So let's, for this purpose, let's assume that you've done that, you've loaded that magazine. Then show us how you would insert the magazine into the pistol, if you would.
Sure, the base of the pistol is here, and so you can just pop it right in.
And does it usually click in like positive engagement in the
Yes.
pistol? All right, and then, again, going through the firing process, if you wanted to prepare to fire this gun to get around in the chamber, what would you do with this particular gun?
This particular gun, I would pull the slide to the rearward position, and right now the magazine is empty, so it automatically locks back. If there was a round in it, it would not. It would go ahead to the forward position, and in that feed that cartridge, the top cartridge, into the loading ramp and into the chamber, and now it would be ready to fire.
And do you know, does that firearm, when you did that, does that have a loading indicator on the back where a nub sticks out or something sticks out where you can tell whether it has a round in the chamber?
Yes, this is a cocked striker indicator, and it's not really a safety, but it helps the shooter know that the striker is cocked. It also has a loaded chamber indicator. Of course, it's empty, but there's a small, I don't know if you guys can even see, it's a small piece of metal that's free, that would be sticking up if there was a round in the chamber.
All right. And then if you could point it at the floor, and then to fire it, what would you do to fire that pistol?
I'd have a good grip on it, so my, between my thumb and pointer finger, it would depress the safety, the grip safety, and then I would put my hand, wrap my hand around the trigger. That depresses the trigger safety, and then I would pull the trigger. That then, the trigger depresses the firing pin block, and that allows that striker to go forward. And you heard the click where the striker would have hit the primer and gone.
All right.
Fired.
And then if you had, if this was an actual firing of the pistol, what would happen after the first shot? What would the slide do, what would the trigger do, et cetera?
This, since it's a semi-automatic pistol, that obturation, the firing, the explosion of the powder, allows this firearm to recoil, and so it would move backwards, and you can see, I think, don't point at the judge, the barrel pivots down, and so that just lessens the recoil, and that extracts and ejects the cartridge, and again, it's locking back because there's not another round, but it would move the next cartridge forward and load it, and that would all be one single fast motion. So fire it, extract and eject, come forward and load the next round.
All right. And then as far as the trigger pull, for example, if jurors wanted to get a sense of what the trigger pull is on that gun, you can pull the trigger when it's unloaded and feel the trigger pull, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in other words, it wouldn't matter whether there's a round in the gun or not, the trigger pull would feel exactly the same way, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one more thing, like, if the jurors wanted to have the trigger pull, for example, like, right now I just pulled the trigger, so I felt, and then just to do it again with the gun empty, you would pull the slide back, and of course, like you said, it locks, and put the slide release down, and then just pull it again, and so on and so forth, if they wanted to check the trigger pull on this gun, right?
Yes, and you could even extract the magazine, take the magazine out, and then it just doesn't
Okay.
lock back.
Oh, so it's the magazine that causes it to stay open on,
Correct.
when there's no rounds in it?
So, yeah, then you've got the clearer, like, motion without the annoyance of it locking back on an empty magazine.
Got it, thank you. And again, the trigger pull would be exactly the same with the magazine in it or with the magazine outside the gun, correct?
Yes, and that's what, when I measure that, I measure it straight up and there's a hook. And so, a lot of the ladies can relate to, it will hold 5.5 pounds. So if you can imagine a 5-pound bag of potatoes on here, it will hold that.
And so again, is this a pretty typical trigger pull for this type of pistol?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And the trigger pull, I mean, is that a balance? You don't want one that's too light because it could go off accidentally. You don't want one that's too heavy because then you wouldn't be very accurate with the gun, right? Is that the balance they're trying to strike with the trigger pull?
Yes, it is. For most shooters, it depends. Like in my competition days, I wanted a very light trigger pull. I wanted something less than 3 pounds because anything heavier, so a light trigger pull is not necessarily unsafe, but it's the experience of the shooter. And so the heavier trigger pull, like you say, it's got such a long draw that you can flinch trying to anticipate when it's gonna come. So you want it heavy enough to be safe for normal, people that aren't, into the, like, competition shooting, where just a lighter pull is, it's easier when you're already in the shooting position, and so you can just lightly pull that, trigger each time.
And is it I know you didn't weigh the guns, but is it evident to you, like if you held the Ruger and the Springfield, one in one hand and one in the other, would you think the weight difference is enough that you can tell which one is lighter and which one is heavier? I know this
I
isn't.
think so, I have not done so.
Yeah,
but-
I'm just curious, I know you didn't weigh it, but just, if you hold both of them, is there a weight difference between the two guns?
Yes, and I do have the lock here, but I don't think, since this is this is a polymer frame, this one is, I think, gonna be much lighter, if you just pick them up. And the metal frame, and it's a little bit larger frame, it's a little bit heavier.
Thank you.
Hello,
How are you?
I'm doing well, how about yourself?
Good, thank you.
You examined two 9mm, is that correct?
Yes,
The other one was a Colt Model 2000 semi-automatic.
yes.
Was that also a striker fire?
Let me refer, excuse me.
You have your report in front of you, is that right? I think it's on page 5.
Yes. Yes, it is a striker fire, yes.
Okay. And that, that gun came from Bradley Renfro's house, is that right?
I have that the request for laboratory services states Colt 9mm recovered from Bradley Renfro's house.
Okay. And you compared the, you shot that 9mm as well?
Yes, I did.
And you compared the shell casings to the shell casing recovered off Snake River Road?
I don't believe so. I think I made my identification on the Springfield first, and then I often use the analogy, once I find a loved one in a party, I don't continue to look. So once I made the identification on the Springfield, I did not compare to the Colt.
So you didn't compare that to the Colt just to eliminate the Colt?
It was already eliminated by making the identification.
Okay. But you didn't do any further analysis on the Colt?
Just the function test, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Well, jurors, we will be done for the day. We'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow, but I wanted to take a second, if you guys have your notes.